Good afternoon. Welcome to the Board of County Commissioners meeting of February 20th. It is now 1 o'clock and we're going to call this meeting to order. I'm going to invite the Clerk of the Court, Angela Vick, to lead us in our invocation. And following that, I'm going to invite retired U.S. Air Force Chief Philip Watson to lead us in the pledge. If you can please rise.
Father in heaven, thank you that your mercies are ever before us, and that we enjoy the blessing of living in a country where we can do this. We can come to you openly and freely. We can gather together. The leaders of our county can gather together and make decisions, and we do it in peace. I thank you for these leaders. I pray for their wisdom and courage and decisions that are made. Lord, we ask for your special overshadowing over our first responders and law enforcement, for all those that stand between us and danger here in our county and in our country, and for those that travel abroad and give of their time, Lord, to ensure that we still get to enjoy these freedoms every day. Come be with us, Holy Spirit. Guide our words, thoughts, and deeds, that you would be magnified in all we do. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners, this 20th day of February, 2024. In attendance, First Vice Chair Rebecca Bays, Second Vice Chair Diana Finnegan, Commissioners Jeff Kennard and Ruthie Schleybaugh, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise Lynn.
Mr. Howard, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
There are none.
Board, could I have approval of the agenda?
Madam Chairman, I move to approve the agenda.
Any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Vote carries. Next on our agenda is the consent agenda.
Madam Chairman, I move to approve the consent agenda in its entirety.
Second.
Any further comment? Seeing none, all in favor say
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, did you ask for public comment on that? I can't.
I did not. Would anybody like to comment from the public? Seeing none, moving on. Sorry, that's okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve C1, C2, and C3.
Second.
Any further discussion? Any discussion by the public? Seeing none, call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Board members, please go to the front.
Those representing National Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention, if you could please join us. Whereas each year, approximately 1.5 million high school students nationwide experience physical abuse from a dating partner, and 1 in 3 teens in the U.S. will experience physical, sexual, or emotional abuse by someone they are in a relationship with before they become adults and have reported being threatened, controlled, or made to feel unsafe by someone they are dating. And many teens do not report dating violence because they fear the abuse may escalate and they will not be believed. And 33% of teens who are in an abusive relationship never tell anyone about the abuse, and victims of dating violence are more likely to experience the symptoms of anxiety and depression and engage in unhealthy behaviors such as drinking and smoking. And whereas 86% of U.S. teens who are in a violent relationship are more likely to confide in a friend rather than an adult. And 81% of parents either don't believe or don't know that teen dating violence is an issue. And 80% of U.S. high school students experiencing dating, sexual, and physical abuse have attempted suicide, and 9 of 10 have seriously contemplated suicide. And psychological, physical, and sexual dating violence are more likely to decrease when there is a greater social support for teens, and dating violence can be prevented. And teen dating violence prevention instruction is required through Section 1003.42, parenthesis 2, parenthesis N, Florida statutes, comprehensive health education. And whereas Section 1006.148, Florida statute requires school districts to adopt and implement a policy prohibiting dating violence and abuse. And the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has developed strategies to promote healthy teen relationships, and evidence-based resource to assist schools and communities with teaching students ages 11 to 14 how to develop healthy relationship skills before they begin dating, and partnerships between community agencies, nonprofit and private organizations, law enforcement, and the courts. Healthcare, faith-based communities, and educational institutions create coordinated, efficient, and cost-effective systems of support to prevent teen dating violence. And whereas these partnerships and collaborations, working collectively and creatively, can help to provide safety and resources to teens and prevent acts of dating violence. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby recognize February 2024 to be National Teen Dating Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. Executed this 20th day of February 2024, signed by all 5 commissioners.
So, hi, I am Rain Herzog. I am the new CEO for CASA, and I would just like to thank the board, our sincere gratitude in supporting and your dedication to healthy relationships in our youth. It is such a large problem, and, my prevention advocate is the one who spends the time in the schools with the youth. So I wanted her to be along today, but if we can reach our youth, we can stop the trajectory that they're on and the path. So, that's our whole purpose, is to stop it before it starts. So I appreciate you, and I appreciate the board and your support. Great. Thank you.
Those representing Irish American heritage, if you could please come forward. Whereas by 1776, nearly 300,000 Irish nationals have immigrated to the American colonies and played a crucial role in America's war for independence, and 5 signers of the Declaration of Independence were of Irish descent, and 3 signers were Irish-born. And Irish Americans helped to fashion a system of government for our young nation, and 22 presidents have proudly proclaimed their Irish American heritage. And in 1792, Irish-born James Hoban provided the architectural plans for the White House and served as one of the supervising architects for the construction of the Capitol. And whereas Irish-born Commodore John Barry was recognized by the United States Congress in September of 2002 as the first flag officer of the United States Navy, and he also fought the last sea battle of the American Revolution off the coast of Florida. And whereas in 1813, Captain Oliver Perry, an Irish American, achieved a major naval victory in the Battle of Lake Erie, and in 1942, the 5 Sullivan brothers made the ultimate sacrifice for democracy and freedom during the naval battle of Guadalcanal, and later had the destroyer USS Sullivan commissioned in their memory. And whereas the Irish first came to Spanish La Florida in the 1500s, first as missionaries and mercenary soldiers, and then as planters, traders, businessmen, doctors, and administrators. And 3 of the Spanish governors of La Florida were actually Irish military officers, and Father Richard Arthur, an Irish-born priest from Limerick, who was appointed parish priest for St. Augustine in 1597. An eschatological judge of La Florida established the first public school in America and opened it to both boys and girls of all races. And whereas Andrew Jackson, whose family came from County Antrim, served as Florida's military governor following its acquisition by the United States, and the Irish Americans, since America's inception, have provided and continue to provide leadership and service to this national's political, business, and religious establishments. And it is fitting and proper to celebrate the rich cultural heritage and many valuable contributions of Irish Americans. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby designate the month of March 2024 as Irish American Heritage Month, executed this 20th day of February 2024, signed by all 5 commissioners.
Chairperson Davis, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, Giovich, good afternoon. On behalf of the Irish American community in Florida, I would like to express my gratitude for your kind consideration in designating March as Irish American Heritage Month. St. Patrick's Day, March 17th, is without question the biggest celebration of a national day across the globe. Throughout American and Canadian cities, in Ireland, in the United Kingdom and Germany, in Norway and Denmark, in Australia and New Zealand, in South Korea, Japan, Nigeria, and Grenada, and even in the Caribbean island of Montserrat, the only other country in the world to declare St. Patrick's Day a national holiday. People will be celebrating this occasion and proclaiming themselves Irish for the day. This proclamation will coincide with festivities that are currently underway as Irish Americans once again gather to celebrate their heritage throughout the state of Florida. During the month of March, Irish Floridians proudly reflect on the legacy of their Irish forebears who have contributed significantly in the areas of education, business, sports, literature, science, engineering, medicine, law enforcement, and the arts. These are just some of the contributions that have been made, not only by the Irish, but by so many ethnic and racial groups who came to the United States from the 4 corners of the world and who have assisted in developing this great country of ours. As the current Florida AOH State Secretary, immediate past National Director for the Southern States, and past Florida State President of the Ancient Order of Hibernians, the oldest and largest Irish organization in the world, tracing our roots back to the 1500s. I would like to acknowledge the esteemed honor the commissioners of Citrus County have bestowed upon Irish Americans living within the great state of Florida. Thank you and have a blessed St. Patrick's Day.
Those representing Newspaper and Education Week, Tampa Bay Times and Citrus County Chronicle, if you could please come forward. Whereas research tells us that the best way to help children discover the joy of reading and become lifelong readers is to involve them early and often. And whereas helping a child learn and love to read improves students' chances for success in school and beyond. And whereas research shows that students who learn using the newspaper and an educational resource are more likely to become lifelong readers and informed and engaged citizens. And whereas Newspaper and Education is an international program that encourages the use of the daily newspapers as living textbook for students from primary through adult education levels. And whereas for half a century, the Tampa Bay Times and Citrus County Chronicle newspaper and education programs have served educators, students, and families by providing classroom, newspaper, companion materials, and instructional support. Newspaper and Education Week is commemorated and celebrated annually during the first full school week in March. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby proclaim Newspaper and Education Week, March 4th through 8th, 2024, and encourages students to read the newspaper daily in school and at home to enhance and enrich their lives. Executed this 20th day of February, 2024, signed by all 5 commissioners.
We just want to, on behalf of Tampa Bay Times and Citrus County Chronicle, we're very glad for the recognition that you guys have given us and the support. We work with many counties in Florida, and Citrus County is one of our biggest supporters when it comes to newspapers and education and reaching the kids and helping them their grow and helping the teachers with curriculum to meet their standards. So we really appreciate all the support you guys and the community offers.
Ask the commissioners if they'll please stay there. Doug, will you come forward, please? Yes. So I want to bring Doug forward. I want to thank him for his service to our country and also service to our county. We're going to present this plaque to Doug Wright for his loyal and dedicated service to the Citrus County, Florida Board of County Commissioners and its citizens, December 6, 2012 to February 29th, 2024. So I always tell him it's not goodbye, it's until we see you again. And we're going to get him on a bunch of these committees to go to work for us. I got to say a few words about Doug. I said, learning his background and stuff like that and where I came from the last community. But Doug has been a staple here for this community. He does amazing work for the Citizens Academy, which is near dear to my heart. So Doug has a legacy that they're big shoes to fill. And if he doesn't train her, probably going to blame this on Doug or Cheryl. But thank you for your service to this community. You've been amazing to work with since I've been here a little over 12 months. And again, it's not goodbye. It's until we see you again. Thank you for your service.
Now since you twisted my arm and I had to say a few words. What? I can't. I know we did. I know. We're family. We like family. Thank God. Thank you for this opportunity. Each and every one of you guys have a near and dear special place in my heart. This job, as tough as it is, you guys make it so much fun. That job is not easy at all. So I just thank God for the partnership. I thank God for the work. I thank God that Cheryl has taken over and I don't have to worry about that anymore. There are some things that I got on my schedule to do and I'm looking forward to it. My grandson needs me. He really does. So thank you.
right, we've got a few minutes before open to the, or I'm sorry, before the 1:30. So we're going to go to open to the public. If anyone wishes to address the board at this time, please come forward. All persons desiring to address the county commission, please fill out a green card and hand it to the clerk. You will have 3 minutes to speak. If you are registered as a group, you will have 5 minutes to speak. All comments are directed to the chair.
Hello, I'm Carlene Sempert, Inverness Villages 4. In 2016, we know about the court case between DT Villages 11 and Citrus County. In the court case, it specifically states the platted dedicated all streets canals to Citrus County, and the county has accepted the public roads, right-of-way, road, drainage, and water supply. The county holds old ownership in these roads. There's no dispute about that. After this huge case was settled, there are many things that have happened that I want answers to. We all want answers to. Number one, why did county engineering via email tell the city of Inverness that IV4 roads were privately owned and no right-of-way utilization permit was needed? Number two, was a right-of-way utilization permit issued to the so-called developer when the roads were cut? I cannot find one anywhere. Number three, is it lawful to issue a permit for a home on a lot that has no water service to it and is too small for a well? Because several of those permits have been issued. Number four, why are engineering control inspections being waived, stating that there's no potential adverse impacts on the MS4 system, waterways, or wetland, when it clearly is, according to the lawsuit in the DEP? You've had 2 weeks to answer this question. We definitely want that last one that I had answered. You started to give Eric Landon the option and shut it down. Number five, do the County Board of Commissioners need to do a motion to rescind the prior action on the stop work order? Or is an email sufficient from the county administrator saying you can't do that? In close, the county's negligence in waiving site plan reviews, right-of-way utilization permits, engineering control inspections, and the overall management development of IV4 has caused each property owner mental anguish and financial harms. The residents of Inverness Village 4 are expecting a solution to the damages to date. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Commissioners. Terry Weber-Nellis, Inverness Villages 4. For well over a year, I've been asking the county if it's legal in Citrus County for someone to come in with a piece of heavy equipment, strip the roads, and lay stone. I didn't get an answer until recently from Eric Landon, and he said he spoke with the Department of Public Works, and it is possible to obtain a right-of-way utilization permits with conditions to work on the right-of-ways dedicated to the public. So then I followed up and I asked him who pulled that permit to have the roads put in within IV4. And I've yet to get an answer. That was 5 days ago. Commissioner Schleba, I spoke with you way back when.
Ma'am, please direct
I'm sorry.
comments.
I spoke with Commissioner Schleba way back when concerning repairs being made after a hurricane. I do have a printed copy of an email from Randy Oliver, and he indicates that that is possible, that the county can make emergency repairs after a natural disaster. We had a hurricane. Commissioner Schleba did not return my calls. She had Doug Wright reach out to me and apologize. He left me a message. I was so disgusted by the way this whole thing was handled that I never called her back. But I did ask for an answer to that in an email from her, and again, that went unanswered. And I would like to thank you, Commissioner Bays, for bringing up, is it possible for the county to keep the roads passable? And at that time, Denise Lynn pointed the finger yet again at Swiftmud and said, Swiftmud will not allow it. Well, I have the email, and Frank says they will allow it. Swiftmud
Ma'am.
said they will
Ma'am.
allow the county. I'm sorry. They will allow the county to make repairs. And then Denise Lynn went on and on and on and on and on and on and said, no, the county better not do this. Denise Lynn has been in this position for years. She stated in a BOCC meeting that she's known about IV4 for at least 20 years, dating back to when she was the attorney for the city of Inverness. So if you're depending on staff to get a direct answer, you're not getting accurate information. She should have been able to say, instead of pointing the finger at Swiftmud at the BOCC meeting, she should have been able to say immediately that she didn't recommend it or whatever, instead of constantly pointing the finger at Swiftmud. And I see this repeatedly, not just with IV4, but other situations within Citrus County. You've been kicking the ball down, kicking the can down the road for years with this. And it's ridiculous. People who aren't in their homes are suffering. People who are in their homes are suffering.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, I'm John Drum. I live in IV4. I'm on 401 North Independence Highway. One question we have is, I guess there's a submittal requirement waiver application that if there's any deviation to a submittal package and there's a waiver or something, the developer or contractor or whoever it is, they're supposed to submit this. I want to know if they have. That's in your growth development management department. I want to know also, Commissioner Davis stated that back, I think, between 03, 05, 07, when you replatted phase 1 of IV4, that's between Arlington and Bennett and Cunningham and Crestwood, I believe. I want to know if I can see the scope of work for that project, for the road drainage, and where I would have to go to see it. Mr. Howard stated that an unlicensed person cannot issue a stop work order to a licensed person. Does your building department, can they issue a stop work order? I mean, your building official, doesn't he have the authority to issue stop work orders?
All questions come to the chair, please.
Does your building
This is your time to comment from the public, and we don't answer the questions at this time. We will have staff follow up with you with all those answers.
Well, that's one issue I have. I never get an answer back. I mean, you say your staffing will answer the questions, but they never do. So right now, that's all I got.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Ken Murad. I'm Vice President of the Citrus County Historical Society, and I'm here to give you an update on some of our activities as well as to pose a question. The restoration of the old Courthouse Heritage Museum was completed in the year 2000 at a cost of about $4.5 million in today's money. This was a collaborative effort funded by the BOCC, local businesses, government grants, as well as the community. The goal was to make the courthouse the focal point for celebrating our county's history. And the members of the CCHS at the time worked tirelessly to make that dream a reality. Next year, we're looking forward to our 25th anniversary as the old courthouse heritage museum. Since then, the current members of the CCHS have succeeded in honoring the legacy of those that went before us. Today, the bureaucrats and the judges are gone from that building, and it's devoted 100% to furthering our historical mission. Many of our efforts are aimed at involving the younger members of the community. Every other weekend, we have programs specifically designed for school-aged children and their parents. We offer tours and educational experiences for camp and school groups. We participate in National History Day and even provide scholarships for those students who excel at their studies. We collect oral histories before the people are no longer with us. We're digitizing many of the newspapers and other documents before they disintegrate. We host many cultural events that are a hit with our senior citizens and visitors. We have walking tours through Inverness. We handle research requests, and I also serve as a docent, and there isn't a week that goes by where I don't have somebody ask me, how do you get a restraining order? And I have to tell them that this is a historical museum. But we do have a problem. The outside elevator that provides access for the disabled, it frequently fails. In spite of many service calls, the antiquated device has outlived its usefulness. We obtained budgetary approval to replace with a ramp that conformed with state historical standards. After receiving state approval, we are ready to complete the construction by the end of January. Now, I'm the person that's usually stationed at the door during these events to make sure that our seniors and handicapped visitors safely attend these events. I personally donated a wheelchair so I could ferry visitors on the new ramp. But for some reason, it appears that the construction of the ramp was stopped in its tracks by the BOCC. Now, I'm a peace-loving guy. I would much rather be just doing my history thing, writing articles.
Time is up. Time is up, sorry.
I have 5 minutes.
Do you have a live, is there a
Chair.
letter on file?
Chair, there is a letter on file, but this gentleman is not included on the letter.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Well, what we need to know is when that ramp is going to be fixed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one moment. We're going to suspend open to the public and go to our 1:30, and then we'll continue back. Yes, please. For me? It's 1:30. We're going to move on to Angela Vick, Clerk of the Courts, and her presentation for the ARPA award.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Administrator Denise. Congratulations, before I get started, congratulations, Doug Wright, again, for your well-deserved retirement. You will be missed, and we have certainly appreciated the many years working with you and the great job that you have done. Welcome, Cheryl. I'm sure that you will fill those shoes very well. I am so very delighted this afternoon to be before you for a formal presentation. I'm going to ask Tracy Phillips, my Chief of Staff, to kick this off for us.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Welcome.
I am going to introduce the Honorable Ken Burke, who is the Clerk of the Circuit Court and Comptroller in Pinellas County. Clerk Burke has grown up in Pinellas County. He has attended high school and college there locally, plus experience as a CPA, a law firm administrator, and college board chairman. Ken's credentials are well matched to the duties of the clerk's office. In November 2004, Pinellas County voters recognized Ken's long list of qualifications and elected him to serve as the clerk. He was sworn in on January 4th, 2005, and was reelected without opposition in 2008, 2012, 2016, and again in 2020.
We have asked him here today to make the presentation to the Board of County Commissioners for the 25th Award of Excellence in Financial Reporting for the annual financial report.
Thank you, Tracy. It's certainly good to be with you all today. I've seen some of you visit Pinellas County in the past for some Florida Association of County meetings that we've hosted there. So it's good to be here up in Citrus County. And I appreciate your clerk, Angela Vick, in inviting me. I do want to take a moment before I present your award, your Certificate of Achievement for Excellence Award, which is a very meaningful award, to pay tribute to your clerk. I'm not sure you realize the impact that she has on a statewide basis among her fellow clerks. If we took a poll, she probably would win as the most respected clerk in the state. She has been a leader in so many different ways, serving on so many committees, work groups, the Clerk of Court Operating Corporation Budget Committee, but most prominently, she was the leader for many years of our new clerk training. And it's intensive. It's weeks and weeks of training that our clerks have to go through to meet the criteria that the Supreme Court has set forth for them to receive their accreditation. And Angela has headed up that program and just took it to a level of that has never been seen before. I know she's done a magnificent job for y'all here in Citrus County. And one of the things that of her involvement is her role as comptroller. And she, in this role of comptroller, one of the things that we have to produce is an annual financial report that the state of Florida mandates. But there's also one which you could submit to the Government Finance Officers Association for a recognition that you have achieved financial reporting excellence. And this is something which, as Tracy mentioned, you all are celebrating your silver anniversary of 25 years in a row of financial reporting excellence. And this just doesn't happen. I'm actually on the National Committee on Financial Reporting for GFOA, and the many rules and regulations which go into the production of your annual financial report are cumbersome, and it takes a staff which Angela has assembled, and they're here today. They're all going to come up here in a moment, I think. And a lot of effort goes into producing the financial report. Now, the Certificate of Excellence, you get this beautiful plaque, and by the way, you've achieved it so many times, you're now on your second plaque or third plaque, which this is the first year which we have this plaque, which has 2022 on it. But it's much more than a plaque, because by achieving the Certificate of Excellence, when you go out for bond debt, they take the fact that you have the GFOA Certificate of Excellence into account in your interest rate. So actually the plaque turns into potentially, based on your debt, thousands, tens of thousands, at times hundreds of thousands of dollars of reduced interest because of the interest calculation being lowered because you're seen as having the Certificate of Excellence. I do want to point out, though, that this is a cooperative effort, too. The clerk's office, in almost all our roles, has to work in partnership with others. In this case, we work, the clerk's office here in Citrus County. Angela works very closely with Steve Howard, your county administrator. He is responsible with his staff to produce a budget in coordination with your county commission. Then the clerk's office is the one who, as custodian of county funds, disperses the funds, make sure that they serve a public purpose or within the budget confines, which you all have voted on, and then to produce a financial report. And the financial report, which is, in your case, is electronic. I applaud you all. You don't print any copies of your financial report, but you have it electronic available to your citizens on Angela's website. So there is that transparency, too, that any citizen can go and see the entire financial report of this county. Unfortunately, it's very complex and it's hard to understand. So Angela also produces what's called a popular annual financial report, which condenses it and puts in an executive summary to make it a little bit easier for citizens to understand the county's finances. So I applaud y'all as the Board of County Commission for your role in this. One of the most important roles we have as county commissioners is being good stewards of the public's money in coordination with the clerk. And I applaud you all for working together cooperatively. In some counties that always doesn't happen, to have excellent financial reporting. So it's a great pleasure for me to present, and I would appreciate, is it appropriate, Ms. Chairman, for you to come on down and Mr. Howard to come on over and we make the presentation? Is that fine?
You want all the board? Or?
And then we're going to turn it over to Angela to say a few words too and to introduce her staff.
Well, I want to do a photo with the entire team, so let me, come on up, you guys.
Angela's talking here.
While they're doing that, I would say that, you kept saying Angela, in the clerk's office, and it's really not Angela. It's, the smartest thing I did was hire the right people to do the job and do it so well. In addition to, the tools that we have to provide for them to accomplish that. I owe a great debt of gratitude and thanks to our senior financial analyst, Susan Sullivan, who needs to be up here front and center. Susan has been 25 years, you guys. Congratulations and thank you so very much. We had a nice little luncheon for them today, which is just such a small award, or expression of my gratitude for what you guys do. We all know that it takes a tremendous amount of work, and Susan, so the stress is kind of leaving a little bit because she's in the middle of audit and working on the next year right now as well too. So thank you all so very much. It doesn't happen without you. It's greatly appreciated. We very much appreciate the cooperation of the county departments. It is just a huge collaboration of time. And Ken, thank you for coming up again. This is my last time that I'll be here, as the elected clerk to enjoy this. And I'm so very thankful and so appreciative. And I cannot express what an honor it has been to stand here and receive this because of the great work that you guys have done. So thank you to the leadership of Tracy Phillips, my chief of staff, who, has been in the trenches with this team, and our chief deputy of financial services, Shelley Sensone. Thank you for stepping up and for what you guys do. What you do makes a difference for Citrus County, and I am very, very proud of you and thankful for it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, so good to see you.
Good to see you again. Over here last time.
Next on our agenda, it's 140, is Steve Howard, the discussion of consensus on space needs.
All right. Get our PowerPoint up here. Okay. Perfect. Let Veronica drive this for me if she can. So. All right. Wanted to kind of go a little backwards. Obviously, I've been here a little over a year now, so I wanted to kind of at least the general public to get a sense of this, some background, a little about short-term, possibly long-term as well, and some of the discussions I've had over the last 12 months that I've served as a county administrator. The Coca-Cola building was part of the court system expansion. There was a work authorization approved by the Board of Commissioners in September 2021. There was a lot of discussion when I came on board as your county administrator from one or more of the county commissioners. Is this the best use of that facility? Are there other opportunities for that Coca-Cola facility? As late as a couple weeks ago, I had a citizen actually come and meet with me. They have some strong interest in that building as well. Something for the community where they're willing to put significant investment of dollars into that building that would benefit the community. So there is an interest in that building, maybe for other uses. What's really the sense of urgency is ARPA money. And Aaron's going to talk about that next after my presentation. But funding was received with ARPA money for June 2022. It was allocated for the Coca-Cola building for improvements. So there's a sense of urgency because the funds must be encumbered by 12/31/2024. And also that they must be paid out by 12/31/2026. A space needs analysis was identified by the Board of County Commissioners in 2024, and I strongly agree with that. That hope was not a plan, that we had to proactively plan ahead. And there's a lot of square footage that's going to come online in the next 4 years. Unfortunately, it's not going to be in the city of Inverness. It's going to be further out, so it's going to be important that we actually do that deep dive. Next slide. This is where the facility is located, steps from where we're at here today. But again, is there an opportunity to leverage this asset for the community? I know the judges are here present today. I've talked with them numerous times of the needs that they need for space. So it's no longer a want, it is a need. So we continue to have those discussions. It's about 4,485 square feet, about 30% designed today. Next slide. This just shows a little bit, obviously, the Board of Commissioners and legal currently are in this facility. It's a little over 4,000 square feet. Is there an opportunity potentially to relocate the board? There's been interest in some of you saying that you would potentially relocate also. So is that an opportunity to actually free that space up, in fact, for the judges to build out another courtroom? This facility, back in June 20th, 2023, you gave me direction to go ahead and explore that. We continue to explore that. That building is 4,800 square feet. We do have funding available if we wanted to purchase that building out right now with the ARPA money. It would be available in Q4 2024. Again, a potential opportunity if the board so inclined would move into that building, as well as legal or maybe other opportunities for legal to continue to stay in this building as well. But again, that's an opportunity, one for short term, which I was asked to explore and look into further. This is just really quickly just a recap of those potential findings and observations. Next slide. This just shows, currently it's an envelope, it would be built out. So these are just schematic drawings that they aren't ours, they're the owner of the facility right now. There was also discussion from one or more of the commissioners to look at other facilities in Lecanto. There is some opportunities that'll come online, but that's not going to be until 2025. So it's not something that we can look at in the next 12 months. And again, we have a sense of urgency with that funding. There was also a discussion of the UF-IFAS facility there. If there was an opportunity to relocate those folks, of course, that would be disruptive to the employees. It's also less square footage. But that, again, is another opportunity that we were asked to look at. Also, could we have 2 satellite conference rooms in the old courthouse? That's something as well that we had looked at as a short-term potential opportunity. And this is where the Canning Center is. We think that's an underutilized asset that probably needs to look at thoroughly in the space needs study. They have a commercial kitchen. So again, there is an opportunity, I think, with that building. Of course, there's cost with both of these short-term opportunities, and we've projected the best we could the cost of what that would actually be. And again, there's other issues. I know actually I talked to the clerk, Angela Vick, the last couple of days. There's a lot of signing that does happen. I've talked with the county attorney about that. So there's a lot of those things that do take place that could potentially be a hardship, in fact, if there was a relocation. Also, there's a disruption to staff. I want to be very clear about that. Also about $300,000 to renovate those facilities in order to do that. I talked with our friends even as early as this morning, the city of Inverness. Very interested if we were to purchase the Adams building to help and assist any way they can. They wanted me to communicate that to the Board of Commissioners. Also long-term, this is not short-term, probably 4 to 5 years opportunity potentially, maybe if the county wanted to actually be inside that facility. But again, that's long-term. That doesn't get me anywhere in the next 12 to 18 months. So I wanted to bring
Madam
that to your
Chairman.
attention as well.
Yes, can I ask a question? Sure. Mr. Howard, what did you say the city of Inverness is what?
They're very interested in anything they can do to assist the county to remain in the city of Inverness.
Of course.
So
Okay.
they're interested. They said if we were to purchase the Adams building, if there's anything they could do to help and assist with that, there's things they would do. Long-term, if there was an opportunity for the board to want to relocate into their facility, they're interested in that as well. So I wanted to pass that on to you. But again, some of these they're long-term as well. In progress. I just want to make sure you are aware of this.
Mr. Howard, just
yes.
one moment, please. Commissioner,
Something you just said, the city of Inverness, if we were interested in the Adams building, they would help us do what?
Yeah, I think there's some things that still required with the build out. Obviously, there's opportunities. They said that they would help us in any way they could. That's what they shared with me. I don't know those particulars and details, but they said they were interested in seeing that remain a public facility if we were in it. They were very interested in that. And when we can get further information, I can't speak on their behalf other than there was an email that they sent to us yesterday, but it was from the Public Works Director just saying if there's anything going forward that we need assistance in with that building, they'd be more than happy to help. So I'm just relaying their messaging. So. And in progress, this is a building that they had been working on prior to my arrival here. So this would centralize the operations for utilities. I think the other important issue with this facility, this is the old Nature Coast building. There's still a bond on that facility, over $1 million. So that's going to be paid out of utilities. If some reason we were to do something differently with that building, general fund would have to pick that up, which I think would be one of my, what I call F-bombs. So I want to be careful and cautious with that. But I've had lots of discussions with the director, Ken Cheek, and I concur with him. I think this is a great facility for his needs for the future. And again, once he relocates out of that building, there's opportunities for that space too. But again, that doesn't do anything for us in the next 12 months. The next slide, on the horizon, I had good discussions last week with our congressman with the latest on this. The estimated award is 2024, anticipated opening date of 10/27, subject to a variety of issues that could, stretch us out longer. But again, that doesn't come online until, 2026, 2027. That's not going to do me any good in the next 12 months. I wish there was another floor on this building with lots of space, but we don't have that. So, your options, really are limited to what you can do. And again, there's a sense of urgency, for the judges for additional space. And again, if approved by the Board of Commissioners today at the next presentation, a staff consultant to work concurrently on long-term space needs and master plan, which I think you need. With all the square footage coming online, you need to do this meaningfully. So you have a great opportunity with, 24,000 plus square feet. You have another 8,000 at Lecanto to make sure we're doing this properly. I think there's an opportunity here that we could miss if we don't have a third party help and assist doing that. So we're going to talk about that in the next presentation as well. And again, these are just opportunities which I've had discussions with most of you. A lot of options. To remain in Inverness, obviously, you could purchase the building here with ARPA funding. You could relocate the Board of Commissioners legal potentially to that facility. That frees up space. If we don't get folks to leave this building, we can't do anything for the judges. I mean, it's that simple with space issues. And again, we would build that out, obviously, for the court system. Potential sources of revenue, true up FY25 CIP. The opportunity number 2, which we talked about earlier too, would be the UF IFAS staff going to the Canning Center. And again, that's disruption of staff. We have talked with most of you about that as well. And again, another opportunity, you'd have to use ARPA, but also other funding potentially to do that as well. And also any other direction as provided by the Board of County Commissioners. So I wish I had better news. I said I found a bunch of space in the city of Inverness that's ready to go and it's county owned, but we don't have that luxury today. But I do think in the future, you need to look at this a little bit differently, for the future and proactively plan. And I think we're in a good position, in the future to be able to do that with Lecanto when the VA comes online, look at all of this, more globally, as you go forward. So I'm looking forward to that opportunity, and that's going to be another 8 months. So I wanted to bring as much as I could forward to you. There is a sense of urgency with the ARPA money. Obviously, you can do multiple things with that as you choose to do. But I wanted to make sure we brought this forward in a timely manner based on our last strategic planning retreat, that there was a sense of urgency to bring as much information as I could before this board as quickly as I could.
Thank you. Commissioner Schleba.
Mr. Howard, I just want to point out a few things. One, I would say this courthouse is around, 60,000 square feet. And the Board of County Commissioners, including the county attorney, we probably have about 3,000 of those square feet. And your proposal is for us to leave our offices in this building with the Board of County Commissioners' name on this building. I am not a fan for leaving Inverness, but it happens, it's serendipitous that someone stepped forward about the historical building. Rather than add another building and have 101 buildings that the taxpayers own, let's take some of that money, invest it into the historical courthouse and find offices there. That building is underutilized. There is a courthouse there. That's, rather than spending more money in purchasing, let's invest into what we already have. That's where I stand. I think you have 5 different opinions, unfortunately. You have 5 different commissioners, so I just want to throw that out there. Fort Myers did that with their historical courthouse, and it was much bigger, but there's only 5 of us, and we meet twice a month. So let's try to figure out where our money will go the farthest. But I did want to point out, we probably only occupy 3,000 of 60,000 square feet. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
Yes, thank you. As anxious as I am to get out of the second floor of this building to give the space we've been promising now for years, I think it's very messy for the county commissioners to sit up here and try and come to a conclusion on what the right direction to go is. I think that it's appropriate to get a professional involved, to do a space needs study, bring it to us with a plan, a short-term plan and long-term plan, how we're going to use all the square footage that's coming online before we just jump into buying a building or remodeling yet another building. May be appropriate to do a workshop on it, but I don't think that gets any less messy. We need to get a professional involved, have them bring forward a report to us. If we need to encumber the ARPA funds by the end of this year, then I think that we could do that once we've got that plan in hand. If we're unable to, or if there's a delay in getting that report to us, then I'm sure with the list of various county building projects, utilities projects, things like that, there are a number of projects that could be teed up for the board to approve and encumber those funds by December 31st of this year if need be, so we don't get into trouble with the ARPA money. But I would really like to see a professional come forward or us get a professional involved to lay out what is the best avenue to go, not just for the next 6 months or the next 2 years, but the next 10 years, 20 years. I was hopeful that the discussions with the city of Inverness would produce some opportunities to utilize some space over in City Hall while the rest of this took place. But 4 or 5 years is just too long to wait. I have to agree with that. So anyway, that's my position. I hope we would go that route rather than the 4 or eventually 5 of us trying to figure it out up here. I just think that's a sloppy way to do it and ineffective.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Thank you. Mr. Howard, if that sounds the most reasonable, which I had thought that way too, except for I thought there is there a time issue on that? I think that is the best way. So how fast can we get a professional to examine all of our space needs and get an answer? Can we get that done before the end of the year?
Yeah, they're telling me the latest is 2 months, I think, from start to finish, but I strongly concur. You need a third-party expert. You're at a point, this county is growing. You're a little different because you have space that's coming online. So I agree. I think we need a third party, but let's maybe if we can, the next item is going to be approval of allowing us to go out and do that. We'll do the best we can to expedite that, working with legal to get this contract executed with a third party, and then to see how quick they can go. At least look at these and maybe we take it in phases. But I think that's a great option.
I do want to point out, if I may continue, if we can't go that route, which I do think that's the smartest route to go.
We can bring that back to the board if we feel once we begin that process, we'll come back.
Option one, just, I think it should be pointed out, is $2.4 million. Option two is only $500,000. So that's almost a $2 million difference between the options. But I agree with the space needs because we need to get the judges what they need as soon as possible. But I think with somebody else coming in, maybe that space is not going to be enough and they could look at other space. And I know in talks that we had, I was asking the questions at my briefing, well, who's in this courthouse that doesn't exactly need to be under the security, and maybe guardian ad litems came up, could we slide them over to a Coke building or somewhere else? And, would we need that space or would we give additional space to the judges? So we don't know. And I think you make a very good point of, I can already tell we're all going to have different opinions how it goes. I am still going to say that at some point, wherever we have our offices, for those of us so far away from the county seat, even a satellite office, stuff is here. And I can say me representing the greater Homosassa area, but whoever 10 years from now, not me, whoever sits in the seat and maybe in Crystal River, maybe Beverly Hills, if you're in Sugar Mill Woods and you want to meet your commissioner, you don't necessarily want to drive 45 minutes to do that. So oftentimes I'm meeting other places to accommodate them. So we may need a satellite office or something. I would be okay with that in the future and just have a shared meeting space here if we need it. Just something to keep in mind that, if we're giving our thoughts to a professional, that's probably going to be the route I'm taking with that person. Thank you.
Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, two things. The when it does come to approving a third party to get involved with this, my hope is that right out of the gate, the board would agree to direct them that the county commission needs to be in Inverness. This is the county seat. This is where we belong. And that way, possibly we can save them some time of, looking at options of locating us in Floral City or, up in Crystal Manor or Lecanto or Crystal River or wherever. The county commission needs to be in Inverness. So hopefully that can narrow their focus a little bit. I have used, to your comment about meeting folks, rather than driving into Inverness or having them come to Inverness, I have in the past used the county administrator's conference room. So certainly that's an option if you want to meet them out there.
We are ready to accommodate anybody that needs assistance with our offices. We'd love to have you.
Commissioner Schleible?
Yes, I definitely agree with Commissioner Kennard. This is where we need to be. When I said that there's 5 different opinions, I should have followed that up with, I think that we need to get a professional involved. And I would, my consensus would be to get that done, but I would find it very necessary for us to keep our footprint in Inverness. Now, we all represent the whole county, so when I do have people from, Sugar Mill Woods, Ozello, even the north of Crystal River, I meet them in the conference room and I found staff to be very accommodating with that. But I think you're looking for a consensus, and I think that we need to get a professional involved.
Thank you.
Commissioner Finnegan?
I just wanted to follow up with that. That's fine that we're all meeting here, and occasionally I do use, well, more than occasionally, and I get the rest of you may occasionally meet with somebody from outside the area, but that's who I meet with most of the time because that's my district. So to have an office-led desk so far away, even with all my materials that I might need, is not helpful. I keep a good bit of stuff at the home office, but 2 businesses, personal, and then the county, it's, a satellite office would be preferred, even though, this is the meeting space. there's plenty of other people that have annexes, you know, here, our constitutionals have annexes. So I just think moving ahead for whoever sits on the opposite side of the county, and as our county grows and gets more congested, people in those farther out districts are going to want to meet with their commissioner closer to home. Thank you.
Board members, any other comments? Do we want to take? I just want to make a few comments. I agree, this is the county seat. I want to have our presence here. I understand that space needs are an issue. I hope that we're going to look at this not just from the courthouse for the judges, but we are going to take into consideration the constitutional officers, because the last thing I want to do is get down this and they come back and say, we need space. What I would like for you to consider and look at is the space that we do occupy here for the 5 county commissioner offices and Cheryl and our reception area. There's rarely any, I mean, I'm here quite a bit. I don't really see any other commissioners use their offices on a regular basis. I'd be willing to give my office up if we could find a joint office if that would help in this interim, where we could meet someplace else. But that's just, I'm just throwing that out there. But I am absolutely 100% agreeable that we need a professional to do this. We've been throwing mud against a wall for a long time, seeing what sticks, and that is not the appropriate way to do this business any longer. We are a county that's going to grow significantly, and we need to be able to utilize our dollars, and we don't need to be building buildings or taking things off the tax rolls unnecessarily. So I believe that I'm going to say that we have a consensus to move forward with a professional, and we look forward to you bringing that back on March 7th.
I'm
You
good.
got your marching orders?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you very
March
much.
7th?
You got it. We're gonna
All
march.
right.
I was thinking about tomorrow. Well, we're gonna do it as fast as we can. Obviously, I think we've already begun that process. It looks looking with a third party that could do that. So I think we're in a good position, but we're gonna work with legal as fast as we can to expedite to get this to the board in a timely manner.
Legal, March 7th. Sure. Thank you.
Depending on when we get it.
All right. So the next on our agenda is the American Rescue Plan project list. Thank you, judges. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Erin Doran, Management and Budget. This is the updated ARPA project list. We've brought this to you a few times before. Obviously, the date is getting closer to when the funds need to be encumbered. On the list, you'll see date approved. So some of these projects were approved in previous years. Some of them have already been expended or obligated. Up towards the top, you'll see the first new project. All the new projects have the date of 2/2024, today's date. The board had previously approved doing the Lakes Regional Library. So we added the Coastal Library, which was one we had discussed previously. And then going down to water and wastewater infrastructure projects, Mr. Cheek asked that some of the funds be moved around into different projects. You'll see that in some of the notes. Some of that has already been approved. You'll see County Road 480, that has 2 dates of approval. That's because it came before you twice, once for the initial amount and then for some additional funding. Under revenue replacement, we are allowed $10 million total in this category. So you'll see the first 2 are option 1 and 2 that were just discussed for space needs. As you all mentioned, we could leave the funding there in the hopes that the plan will be done and we will be able to move forward and use that funding. And again, as you all mentioned, we do have a list of projects that have been put together by various departments in case towards the end we'll have to come back for whatever is remaining to use up that funding. So we do have a list of those projects and we'll continue to add to that list and monitor that list as we go through the year. Then towards the bottom, you'll see some other new projects, some roof coating, the space needs analysis we just discussed, the 5-year financial forecast, which was one of the action items discussed for this year. An engineering study for street grading. I know that has been discussed with the commissioners, with administration and public works. We have the Beverly Hills pickleball and tennis courts that we've also discussed previously. And then AMI implementation has been on there. Mr. Cheek requested that 112 be moved from another project into there. So you'll see that there's 2 dates listed there, May and then today's date. And then a Meadowcrest generator for logistics for fire that has been identified as a need. At the very bottom, you will see previous projects and some notations there. You'll see the previous Coke building, those 2, one for design and one for construction. That would obviously be removed at this meeting. And then a Holder pump station that the board only had requested be on there for 12 months. That 12 months was up September 27th of 23. And then Meadowcrest, that funding was requested to be moved to Brentwood. So this was the list that the departments discussed and administration discussed. If it has not already been obligated or expended, any of these new projects is at the board's, request.
Board? Is this for us to prioritize what we?
You had to go forward. There's several of these, like this, the space needs, we move forward on that one, the financial forecast, the payment management program. So those are things we want to get approval so we can get the bids out.
Do we need to rank all of these today or just give you direction on what is a priority?
Whatever you'd like to, whatever the pleasure of the board is, but obviously some of these are strategic priorities of the board. Some of these you just indicated one already a moments ago. So if there's something you want to see differently, we can obviously modify, delete, add.
Yeah, we just want to move forward with whatever the board would like to move forward with, so that we can get it encumbered. If we have to go out to bid, if we need to procure those services, that takes time. And like we were discussing option 1 and 2, if that's something you want to leave on there, we can. If that's something you want to replace with another project, we will most certainly do that. If you want to provide direction as to, any of that funding being changed.
Well, I'm going to jump out there. We've already acknowledged that we want to move forward with a professional on the space needs analysis. At our workshop or our planning session, we talked about a 5-year financial forecast. To me, that is, I don't know how we get from year to year without knowing what our revenue and expenses are going to be forecasted over a 5-year increments. We can't do much if we don't know what we've got to spend. So to me, that is very, very important that we move forward doing that. And then, our roads are a very contentious point. We keep hearing that over and over. Every election cycle, it becomes a big deal. I've done a lot of research on this. I think this is another one of those programs. If we just do worst to first, we're letting other roads deteriorate. And I think, what I have seen at some of the FAC conferences looking at this program, the way it works, And I'm no engineer, so we may need somebody to come forward, like Mr. Marcello, and discuss it, but at your direction, Mr. Administrator. But having this street grading would actually allow us to go out, and it doesn't mean that we'd have to do a whole road at the same time, but if we have a section of a road that has deteriorated to a 9 or 10, we may be able to get it back to a 4 or a 5, where the balance of the road is on a scale that would give us the time to catch up, and then we can put the monies where we really need to go. And to me, this is just going to be very important on how to identify where we're going to spend money on roads, given the fact that we have such a deficit of repaving and prolonging this process for a number of years. So to me, this would be well worth the money. And if it's how I understand it, they actually come in and you're able to time lapse it, get it on a video, you're able to look at it, you're able to see it, you stop running your crews around every place, and you can physically see what you need to do. So unless you want to go into some more detail.
I just say it's a best practice, and it takes us to a different level. And I think you'll be more efficient and effective with your tax dollars as a result of the program. And what you're doing now is not the best way to do business, and it will take you to where you need to go. And this is a pretty important strategic initiative from this board, and I strongly recommend what our Public Works Director wants to do. He's done this in other municipalities and local governments, but it's a best practice that a lot of counties across the nation are doing. So it's a proactive approach.
So those are my 3 priorities.
I don't have an issue with any of them. I would support that.
All right.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I please have clarification on those 3? I have the 5-year financial forecast, the engineering study for street grading.
And the space needs analysis.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Slaybaugh.
I really appreciate the thoughtfulness that went into the revenue replacement side of it. I don't have any problem. I see a lot of it is already obligated anyway, but I think it's thought out, and I don't have a problem with any of it. I do like the idea of holding the 2.9 million until you figure out after you get the space needs analysis. So thank you very much, Aaron. Thank you.
Can I ask about the coastal library? Is there any interest in keeping that?
Bring us back to date, or rewind us on.
So up at the very top, under facility improvements, 2 of the projects have already been expended or obligated. The third one is the coastal library. It is $300,000 for renovations. There were 2 libraries that were identified as needing to be renovated. And I believe Friends of the Library is donating the other half of that funding. They did so for the Lakes Regional, and it said that they will be doing that for coastal, but obviously we have to come up with our share of it. So I didn't know if the board was interested in pursuing that, or if we would like to take that off the list.
We collect a specific millage for libraries, correct? And what's the balance in the millage, and do we not have enough? Or how is that being obligated?
So for years, we've tried to come up with a match, but it has not been successful. So I believe, yes, last year we did the 300,000 for Lakes Regional. So we can hold off and they can keep saving. But that is an ARPA eligible project. So when we talk about ARPA eligible and revenue replacement, we can only spend so much in revenue replacement, and then we have to spend the rest as ARPA eligible. So this one's important because if we're not going to use that project, we need to go find another ARPA eligible project for that 300,000.
Commissioner Slaybaugh.
I don't see a problem, but I don't have the list that has other projects that were ARPA eligible. So it's kind of hard to
We can give you one. We can come back to you with a list of what we have right now that is ARPA eligible.
I feel like you put in the homework for this list, correct?
We
The
did.
top priorities?
We met with the departments and we met with administration when we discussed the projects. Like I said, we do have a list of public works and some from water resources that we could potentially use as we get closer. Maybe some of these projects don't work out. They're not enough. We don't get the space needs in time. We have worked on another list of projects. So that's why I was saying if you wanted to see that, we can provide that to you.
I'd like to see you bring that back. And then bring back what we're collecting and what the balance is in the millage.
Okay. I don't have a problem with the 300,000. I think you've worked it out to the penny. Good job.
Anything else?
So is the consensus to move forward with these projects except bringing back the coastal library?
Yes. Is that good? Are you guys good with that? Okay. And then as far as, are we going to, on the 5-year financial forecast and the engineering study, do you have what you need to bring that back to us
Yes,
now?
we will move forward on both
March
of those.
7th?
I don't know how quick they can, there's a little bit of a bid process for this other one, I think. It's a consultant negotiation act because a little more challenging. But we're going to go as fast as we can to expedite it. Time is of the essence.
Thank you. So we have a consensus.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to reopen to open to the public. Once
And-
again, if you've not spoke, yes, ma'am.
My name is Sandra Kuntz, and this may be a little moot. It sounds as if you are already discussing a ramp at the Historical Museum, but I would like to read a letter that I wrote almost 2 years ago to the Inverness Cultural Heritage Council after I had had an opportunity to use the elevator. So if there's any doubt in your mind that a ramp should be built, I'd like to just emphasize what I think of the idea. This is a letter to the council, not to you, but I will reiterate what I have. And I'm sorry, I sound like I'm nervous. Thank you for once again bringing a worthwhile speaker, Clyde Butcher, to Inverness. It is always a pleasure to attend anything at the Old Courthouse Heritage Museum, as it is one of the reasons my husband and I chose to move to Inverness over 20 years ago. It was just being restored at that time. I have had the pleasure of being there for many events and have been part of a group that rented the facility several times for special celebrations. That being said, I am putting into writing what I've been saying for years. Access to the museum is ridiculous. In order to get up the stairs, and even worse, down the stairs, I hang on to the railings with both hands. Oh, but I'm told I can use the elevator. An elevator that can only carry 1 or 2 at a time, that requires someone at the bottom and at the top of the stairs to operate, that often doesn't work. And in parentheses, I said, I understand it didn't work when your guest speaker was being lifted last week, a world-renowned person. My husband was on a scooter for several years, but finally refused to go to events as he was embarrassed to have to be lifted up in that elevator. However, he went many other places where there was a ramp. I now know how he feels as I asked to be lifted last week. Why in the world can a ramp not be installed? I know, I've heard the arguments. It will be used for a skateboard ramp. It will take away from the historical appearance of the courthouse. That ugly elevator doesn't. It would be expensive to install. and on and on. I plead with you to revisit the idea of having a ramp installed, and I think a good architect could design something that would not take away from the historical value of the museum. I think there would be an increase in the number of visitors to your events, as well as everyday tourists, many of whom, like myself, look at the stairs as daunting. An admirer of your work, but frustrated with getting there to enjoy it. Signed, Sandra Kuntz. P.S. Mount Vernon has a ramp into the mansion for the use of scooters, walkers, etc. As an addendum, I was there this week for an event. I was coming out. It's the first time I've ever had to use a walker, and the elevator did not work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Josh Wooten, President and CEO of the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce. I just wanted to speak on space needs a little bit, give a little history lesson. So first of all, I'm going to speak as the Chamber CEO and say we strongly agree with those of you that want to keep the county seat or the commissioners in the county seat. You know, we had this argument 20 years ago, and the Inverness economy has pretty much built up around having county government downtown, and I think it's proper for y'all to be in the county seat. We did have a satellite office right off of what is currently the administrator's office that Commissioner Bartell liked to use, so that's very doable. But I encourage y'all to, wherever you land, to have 5 separate offices for yourselves, because as I've heard Commissioner Schleybaugh say, you know, whatever you plan, you're planning for the next commissioners that occupy your seat. And I just feel strongly that you need a place to meet with constituents for transparency purposes. The next thing is, now I'm speaking as when I was one of you guys, we doubled the size of this courthouse. We built this room. We built much larger county commission area, but some of that's been gobbled up over the years. We also built 25,000 square feet at the Stovall property. That was formerly the Stovall property where the tax collector is. So up to 65,000 square feet, and I believe 2003 or 4. Since then, the clerk has taken over what I consider one of the most valuable parcels in Inverness, the out parcel at Publix, where they're doing passports and all. I would hope that your consultant would look at the highest best use for that, and maybe since property's going for $1 million an acre in that area, you may want to see what the value of that is. Not taking space away from the clerk, but maybe relocating her somewhere else, whether it's the Adams building or a new building. So that's my thought. And then in addition to that, we all remember the Meadowcrest debate. Well, it's there. How many square feet is that building that you've added? But the fact of the matter is, the judges should be in the courthouse, and they are getting new judges. And as much as I hate for y'all to leave this courthouse, because that was our plan, we never dreamed that we'd be growing at the rate that we're growing now. So that's just a little bit of wisdom on probably, I think that would total to about 100,000 square feet that government has grown in the last 20 years in space. I hope y'all stay downtown. And, you know, I never thought I'd say this, but I wouldn't rule out the Adams building since you have a funding source. I think I have 5 minutes. Since you ruled out the funding source. Since there's a funding source, so before you turn that money back in, I hope that your consultant's going to ask the city of Inverness, what did you have in mind when you said you would be helpful? And was that building ever appraised, or is that an estimate? I don't want to ask that question directly to Mr. Howard, but through the chair, that may be the quickest way to get this problem solved. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs resident. I was here when this building things were discussed, and that was my topic for today for before we went to the presentation. The commissioners made Susan Gill give up her building and move. And that was a big give that she was made to do. The supervisor of election is now out at Meadowcrest. This area in Inverness is supposed to be for the county offices. The Coca-Cola building is supposed to be for the commissioners. And the space in here was supposed to go to the judges. There was a plan in place. There was a financial way to pay for it in place. Now, all of a sudden, it seems like you don't understand, you don't know where the plan is, what happened. And it was here. You were never going to relocate the commissioners to Lecanto. They talked about that back in 2008, 2009, and it was decided, nope, we weren't going to Lecanto. We had to, and those commissioners decided we have to be in the county seat. Okay? The Nature Coast building, that was supposed to be for the water department. You took over that building because you got rid of the EMS people. That's supposed to be for, Mr. Cheek's department because they needed space. So to be considering something like that, the cost of what you're looking at, you need to go back and see the history of what you're supposed to be doing. We sat a whole summer with banging, and you could hear and you couldn't hear, and you could hear, you could, because they're trying to make the pass-through for the Coca-Cola building and this. For those people that were here, you will remember it. Okay, but if you weren't here, you need to go back and look at the history of what the board had talked about for the relocation of the judges. And it wasn't supposed to take years and years and years to do that, and the commissioners end up at the Coca-Cola building. And that was supposed to be more than enough space because it was also talked about bringing the juveniles over there. So please take the time, go back. I know it's a lot of work, but please go back and look at what was discussed by former commissioners and voted upon and approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Stephen Schwartz, Pine Ridge. Commissioners, since this is my first time back since December, I would like to wish you all a happy and healthy new year and thank you for doing the right thing by denying the plans for Mr. Dix to build on the Pine Ridge Golf Course. My anniversary at the spiritual capital of the world at Casadega, Florida was eye-opening and rewarding. The card reading I received confirmed my intuition that I would be rewarded for my efforts with a victory, and I knew she was referring to the Pine Ridge Golf Course. This reading was done around 7 p.m., well before your vote. During my stay, I received several visions and guidances for the future of Citrus County. It showed me what would happen if you allow the continued pouring of excess concrete over the spiritual energy of the sacred indigenous lands of Citrus County. The concrete will cause the county to be hit with droughts, stronger hurricanes, and tornadoes. I am asking you not to approve any more developments as there is enough approved lots currently available to build on in Pine Ridge, Citrus Springs, on 44 near the historic White House, and elsewhere. Land near the future Suncoast would be suited for the much-needed attainable housing for the average salary worker in the county. In addition, rundown and vacant plazas could be perfect for apartment buildings similar to the senior apartments on Forest Ridge Boulevard in Hernando. I would like to see Commissioner Bays make a motion to have a town hall meeting prior to the approval or denial of new development proposals to avoid other BOCC meetings from lasting into the late hours of the night and offering developers alternative plans to keep the charm and nature of Citrus County. The BOCC does have an obligation to follow the mission statement and protect the residents, which includes the animal kingdom, by approving projects that benefit the county. By building homes mostly on 1 acres, you manage the growth from the negative effects such as homelessness, crime, drugs, traffic congestion, and a burden on our overtaxed infrastructure. If you read the Chronicle on January 31st, the front page talked about the county not having enough doctors. What about police, fire, ambulance, water, and services provided by our county staff in all departments? The motto for Citrus County should be, you know you have made the right decision when there is peace in your heart. And I'm sure you felt that way when the meeting ended on the night of January 29th.
Thank you. Anyone else for open to the public? Seeing none, commissioners, you have anything? All right.
Sure. I just want to address Ms. Kuntz and is it Ken Murata from the Historical Society. After I had ran into Ms. Kuntz about this issue, I did say, who would be against a ramp? So staff seems to be moving ahead with the ramp, which I think is a wonderful idea. And the rest was IV4. And I think that there's information out there, right? I think someone put together information for you all and it should be easy access. I'm not going to be the one to tell them how to access it because I'll probably get that wrong, but
Yeah,
maybe
Mike can
Mr. Howard could do that.
Mike can help them and show them how to get to that
Yeah,
information.
so all your questions should be answered.
All right, moving on to regular business.
Madam Chair, motion to approve item E1A through H.
Second.
Any further or open to the public? Anybody have any comments? Seeing none, board, you have any further discussion?
Yeah.
Call the vote, motion to approve.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item E2.
Motion to approve item E2.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any comment by the board? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. E3, budget resolutions.
Motion to approve E3.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleitball, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any board comment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item E4, building division vehicle request.
Motion to approve E4.
Second.
Chair, is that A and B?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, A and B.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennard?
So, yes.
Any public comment? Seeing none, any further board comment?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
these vehicles are paid out of the enterprise fund, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
That's all.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Item E3.
E5.
I'm sorry, E5.
It was pulled.
No, it's not pulled.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion that we extend the contract and due diligence period by 60 days.
Second. I thought my agenda said it was pulled, so that's why I'm kind
No.
of catching up.
It's not. I think, Madam Attorney, would you like to address?
Sure. Commissioner, I did, when reviewing the agenda item, I called Mr. Stillwell on behalf of the buyer to discuss paragraphs 3 and 4 of the proposed addendum. In discussions with him, I believe it was either Thursday or Friday, he agreed that we could work on the language together. At the time, it was too late to get that done before Tuesday. So we agreed to continue it from the agenda, to pull it from the agenda so that we could work on the language. However, it was later determined that unfortunately, the contract was going to expire before your next meeting, so we couldn't pull it from the agenda. So in discussions with Mr. Cunningham. I did not get a chance to speak with Mr. Stillwell about this change. I'd hoped he might be here today, but probably the short notice is what's keeping him away. I think that under Commissioner Kennard's motion, I'm sorry, it was seconded? Yeah, yes, you did. So under that, you can extend it. I think that will accomplish the buyer's primary objective. And of course, Mr. Dix is in the audience if he wanted to speak to that. I think it accomplishes his primary objective of getting the extension so that he can continue with his due diligence. But it also, I would just ask that you not include paragraphs 3 and 4 of the addendum, because that is the issues that Mr. Stillwell and I discussed. And if Mr. Dix or Mr. Stillwell wanted us to continue discussions about 3 and 4, we could always bring those to you at a later date. But at least we would get the contract extended if that was your desire.
Are you good? Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that extensions for due diligence happen all the time in real estate deals. Real estate deals that are much smaller than this one, with much less complexity than what this potentially would be. And any comparison of this contract or this potential buyer to the first contract and potential buyer is stuff for social media fodder. These are two very different interested parties in this. The first party was looking for outside help, was my understanding, for the financing, for the resources. The current person that has this property under contract, I believe, has the resources, just wants to make sure that what they're buying is what they think they're buying. I will tell you from a little bit of historical perspective, and I think I've told the board this in the past. I had advocated in the past, before this property ever went up for sale, that the county go through and do all of the engineering, do all of the surveying, make sure that any potential buyer knew exactly what they were getting and exactly what could be done there. Let's say I was not supported in that motion. But anyway, we put it up for sale, and I think at that time it was expected that there would be some difficulties along the way, or some challenges, I'll say, along the way. So that's why I don't have an issue whatsoever in extending this this contract and the due diligence period for 60 days. And as Ms. Lynn has stated, if we need to refrain from extending, what is it, paragraphs 3 and 4?
3 and 4, yes, sir.
Then I would add that to my motion. Yep.
And you said the attorney representing the buyer is okay with the 3 and 4?
No, I'm not saying that he's okay with us pulling 3 and 4. When I spoke with him, Mr. Stillwell and I agreed together that we would like an opportunity to massage those paragraphs. We each had some concern about them. So I think at this point, if we're pulling them, it's not doing any harm by taking those 2 paragraphs off. And if the buyer was still interested in having those the subject matter of those 2 paragraphs inserted, then Mr. Stillwell and I could work together to come up with language that we could both agree to.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I just want to clarify now the motion, because Commissioner Kennard said that he would alter his motion to extend it for 60 days, but excluding paragraph 3 and 4. but I want to know if that second has also been, if it's
Amend
been
your
altered.
second.
Yeah, I had answered that, yes. I'm
Oh,
good
I'm
with that.
sorry. Okay, so yeah, I would be fine with that as long as those 2 paragraphs are excluded.
Chair, I just have one question. Ms. Lynn said it was in the addendum, is that correct?
Yes,
3 and
ma'am.
4 in the addendum?
Yes.
Yes, in the packet, in the agenda packet, it's page 506 and 507.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll open it to the public.
Well, except for
Madam
him.
Chair, Commissioners, I know how to count, and I think that he's going to get his extension, and I'm glad that he is, because I'm trying to get a much smaller deal closed, and there's been many putting off of the closings due to the buyer wanting to do some more due diligence. So it's not unusual. $6 million is a big investment, and so 60 days is not going to cost you too much.
Anyone else from the public? Closing open to the public. Board? Any further comments?
No, ma'am.
All right, call the vote. All those in favor of the motion, say
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chairman, E6 for the funds bequeathed to the estate of Joan M. Knapp. I would like to make the motion to approve that, but I would also like to clarify something. So I'm going to make the motion, but I would like discussion.
All right. I'll second.
Hey, what's the motion? It says provide direction.
I'm curious.
Oh.
That's why I didn't second it either.
Okay, excuse me, I'm sorry. Well, what I wanted to clarify is I spoke with staff and they recommended that the $20,618.01 would go to purchasing equipment for the new animal shelter. The staff feels that that would help the animal shelter and it would also help the new animal shelter, so. So I would like to make a motion that the additional funds from the estate of Ms. Knapp, it would be going to the purchase of equipment for the new animal shelter.
Second.
All right, open to the public? Anybody like to comment? Seeing none. Any further board discussion?
Yes, ma'am. I would just like to thank, may she rest in peace, but she donated $325,000 to the new shelter.
Wow.
And this is now an additional, so $345,000 to the new shelter. So that her generosity will carry on for many generations. So thank you.
That was very generous. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. E7.
Motion to approve E7.
Second.
Any public comment? Seeing none. Any further board comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. E8.
Motion to approve E8.
Second.
Is that A and B, Chair?
Yes.
And second, A and B.
Thank you. Any public comment?
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. I think this is really nice. We're going to get a grant, and the 10% that the county has to come up with was already budgeted by the fire chief because he was looking ahead. He looked at the grant, found out what it needed, and put it in his budget. So this is great. Somebody has forward thinking in this county.
Thank you, Janet. Commissioner Schleba.
And I think that was a nice happy birthday gift to Chief Stevens today to get that compliment. Thank you for your hard work.
Any further board comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. E9.
Motion to approve E9.
Second.
Any public comment? Any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. E10, A, B, and C.
Motion to approve E10, A, B, and C.
Second.
Any public comment? Seeing none, any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. E11.
Motion to approve E11, A and B.
Second.
Any public comment?
When it comes, oh, Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. When it comes to paying for this full-time position, I think the position's needed. But is that gonna come from, say, the 31,000 every month that they have to pay in fines? Or is it gonna be added to the general fund budget? So that was my only question when I went through the pages and pages to see where it was at, so.
Thank you, Janet.
There'll be no impact to us, so no cost to the general fund.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
To further answer that for Ms. Barrick, the money will actually be coming from Core Civic.
Any further public comment? Seeing none, any further board comment? All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to outstanding commission items.
No updates.
County Administrator, G1.
I'm gonna have Aaron actually come forward for this.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Aaron Doran, Management and Budget. This is the list of dates that we have for budget this year. Every year we bring them to you for approval. The first one you'll notice is March 12th. We'll be coming to you for budget guidelines. So then there's the proposed budget would be July 24th. And September 5th would be the first hearing. September 24th will be the final hearing. And then previous years, we've actually had another, not official, but another presentation to you in June when we get information from the constitutional officers. So that will be up to you to decide if you would like that presentation again this year. We've done it the past 2 years.
Board members, any problem with dates?
I don't have any problem with dates. I'll give you my budget guidance right now, and that'll be, I'm gonna support going to rollback plus inflation and new growth.
Yes, ma'am.
Make a motion to approve G1.
Second.
We have any further public comment? Thank you, Aaron. Seeing no public comment, any further board comment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Let's see. Advisory board announcements and nominations and appointments, I-1. Anybody want on the aviation board announcements?
This is just a nominate and appoint one for each district and one member at large. You've been provided the applicants in your packet. So we're just seeking the wishes of the board.
Take a stab at it.
Sure.
No one seems
Go
to
ahead.
be chiming. We usually wait for Commissioner Davis. I will make a motion to approve Carl Flanagan, Charles Carr, George McDonald, and Jean Davis.
I second that.
Any public comment? Any further board comment? Motion to, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Nominate and appoint Citrus County Veteran Service Advisory Board.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve Arlena Newsome and Mr. Bud Osborne.
I second that motion to reappoint. Thank you.
Any public comment? Any board comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I3, Beverly Hills Advisory Council, announcement membership vacancy. It's an announcement, the term of membership available and accepting applications for one regular member position on the Beverly Hills Advisory Council. The term for the regular member position will be through January 31, 2026. It is an announcement only. Committee reports from commissioners. Commissioner Schleibaugh.
Nothing.
Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, I had a Keep Citrus County Beautiful meeting on, let's see, that would have been a week ago Monday now. And there was some discussion and planning that took place regarding the litter survey, countywide litter survey, that I'm hoping to get the participation of my colleagues up here on the board, that we would separate the county up into 5 different districts, utilizing our assigned districts and the commissioner from that, and getting out and getting our roads tightened up. So we will, we'll see. I'll bring back more information next meeting, but that is getting some legs to it, and I'm looking forward to it.
I think that's fabulous. Have we had any discussions with Mr. Orlando sitting in the back of the room?
I was going to ask if I could say a few comments. I'm having some very productive discussions with Core Civic in the interest of them assisting us as well on roadways for litter pickup. And so we're going to be meeting in the next week or two to see if we can make that a reality. I think that was something they had in the past, but they have a lot of interest in that, and they told me to be a strong partner with us on this initiative. So hope to bring those details to this board with a sense of urgency as well.
Very good. Commissioner Finney?
Nothing.
Madam Chair?
Oh.
I was just reminded as well about a little additional discussion that took place at Keep Citrus County Beautiful. And that is the cleanup at crash sites by the towing companies that are hauling away the vehicles. They're by contract, they're supposed to be cleaning up the sites where these accidents happen. This is, I believe this is now the 3rd time, maybe the 3rd time in a year that we've asked. There's a rotating list of hauling companies or towing companies that haul vehicles off and clean up the debris. It's the 3rd time within a year we've asked the sheriff's office to address this issue with the towing companies. If it continues, my recommendation is going to be that we ask the sheriff's office to either temporarily or permanently remove the parties who are not appropriately cleaning up the crash site off of the rotation list. They either need to abide by the contract or get out of the business of doing business for the county.
Very good. Nothing for myself. Holly has nothing, obviously. County Attorney Denise Lynn.
I have nothing, thank you.
All right. All right, we have one last open to the public. Oh, sorry, did I miss something?
Yeah, I had something under L that I wanted to talk about outside of committee.
Oh, my apologies.
Sorry
Go right
about that. This is something that I was asked to attend a meeting probably 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago now, down in Homosassa. There's a small group of folks that have started getting together to talk about scallop seeding. And it's not something that, certainly not something that I put together. I was asked to go down there and listen to it and give whatever information that I had. And this is a very, very determined group to make it happen. from Crystal River south to Chaz, not just out of the Homosassa area. And the first meeting was just sort of identifying what hurdles would be in place. And the second meeting that we had, was that a week ago today now, I guess, really was quite fruitful, honestly. And I've since had a discussion with a gentleman down in South Florida who has a hatchery for bivalves, mostly for commercial purposes, but is just a wealth of information on different areas around the state that have done these seeding programs, particularly scallop larvae in what they call the sticky larvae stage. Who knew that a scallop grows a foot? But it does grow a foot. And at that tiny little stage, looks like a granule of sand. And he said, so it's not terribly exciting to get school kids involved with going out there dumping 5-gallon buckets of sandy water. But essentially with each spawn that you're putting out anywhere between 2 and 5 million of these larvae. And he and I talked for nearly an hour about this. And he talked about mostly anecdotal evidence of successes that they've had. But it's interesting that some of the successes that they've seen, state organizations have seen it and just not really had an explanation one way or the other why scallop populations have dramatically increased in certain areas where they've done this. So anyway, these meetings continue to happen. As long as the board is not opposed to it, I'll continue going to the meetings and just kind of update you on any progress that's happening there. You know, right now, obviously at some point, there's going to be a financial ask. I have told them that I don't see something like that coming from the general fund. But if we get enough good information together, then they can make a presentation to the TDC and see about asking for some money there. They're not nearly in a position to do that just yet. But like I said, the last meeting and that phone call was quite fruitful. The gentleman that's heading up this group has already been in touch with this other fellow, Kurt, at the hatchery, and they are working on what's called a special activities license that allows a group to be in possession of bivalves or fisheries outside of the legal season. So there's talk of potentially getting some scallops from the shrimp boats who actually begin picking them up in May and June offshore when we can't possess them onshore, but utilizing those scallops possibly in one of the ponds up at the Duke hatchery, growing them out through the end of the season. Once the scallopers are gone, releasing them out into our grass flats out here where they would, you know, they're scallops from this area, so there'd be the appropriate genetic diversity, and they would be out there to spawn then once all the scallopers are gone. So you're hitting it from a couple different points of releasing the larvae out there, millions and millions of larvae throughout the year, interesting enough, but also releasing returning scallops back out there to spawn once the scallopers are gone. So that's kind of just a vomiting of scallop information that I've learned over the last couple months anyway. So like I said, unless this board is opposed to it, I'll continue meeting with this group and bring you back what I hear.
Commissioner Schlabo?
I appreciate the information on the scallops. Could you ask them a couple questions for
Sure.
me? Like, when we had the expert here, we actually talked about that. And I don't recall, look back at my notes, but the life of a scallop is a short life. So do they even make it a whole year? Like,
Yes.
so could you explain that a little bit further?
Yeah, the estimated lifespan is about a year and a half. Some of them can get to 2 years. You know, they say it's a year, and what this gentleman Kurt had advised was it's about a year and a half. Some of them, like I said, some of them get to 2 years.
Okay. And so then this would have to be done every year? This,
Yes.
if, once this started. Did they give you any kind of ballpark price?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, what he told me, what he would recommend is that, that you release, and he said we can do from one spawn to, he said, my recommendation would be roughly 10 spawns, 10 spawn release, over the course of the entire year. He said scallops, interesting enough, are not, their growth is not stunted as much as many of the other marine animals that are out there that actually feed on these baby scallops. So the scallops can be released. They don't seem to be affected by the cold water. So they can be, that is more of an ideal time to release them, because the other fish and crabs and so forth, they are decreasing the amount that they're feeding, while giving you the scallops time to grow and become less attractive as a food source to them come springtime. And so that was why he suggested about 10 releases of spawn per year. And he said 1 year certainly is going to give you a noticeable change. If you do it multiple years, you're going to see an ongoing effect of that. Ultimately, the idea is to get the population back up to where the survival rate of scallops, surviving the scallopers, is increased, so that spawn increases year over year naturally. He said each spawn initially, if you were to ask me to produce one spawn for you, he says we're probably around $10,000. Now, if we're talking about 6 or 8 or 10 spawns, he said that that number comes down. He said may come down to 8,000 per spawn, may come down to 6. He said we've gotten it as low as 5,000 per spawn. He says I don't know that we can get quite there anymore like we used to be able to, but his income source is the commercial industry. His passion is the restoration part of it. He said our operation continues regardless if we're doing restoration work or not. So we try and get those costs down to essentially what our costs are to produce it. And when I mentioned that to a couple guys in this group, I said, you know, if we did this for a year or 3 years, and they were all on board at 3 years, and you know, why don't we set a goal of 4 years or 5 years? I said, well, let's gather some more information yet first, and then you know, and then you can take this and present it to the TDC. But I think it was exciting, honestly, to talk to this guy. The history that he brought forward about restoration of bay scallops really was pretty incredible.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
With scalloping, how would that affect some of the work that's being done on the grasses and the cleanup of the bay, you know, the Kings Bay and Homosassa, the work that they're trying to do? Like if people are coming in and scalloping, I'm not a scalloper, so I don't know.
I don't think it would affect it at all. The scalloping takes place, scalloping takes place out on the saltwater grass flats. The restoration is happening up in the freshwater rivers. Freshwater is actually very, very deadly to scallops. So when we have heavy rain, stuff like that, that pushes those scallops further offshore because they need that higher salinity.
I don't like being above the water.
They're quite a distance away.
Okay. I have no objection, board.
Information's good.
Yes, absolutely.
Great.
All right. Is that it?
That's it.
You have anything else?
I
No?
do not.
You have
Thank
anything else?
All right, we're going to go to open the public.
Stephen Schwartz, Pine Ridge. Commissioners, there is nowhere in the law that says you have to approve an application, especially where there is a master plan in place, or we already have too many of a particular thing in the county. I'm already seeing Citrus looking more and more like Spring Hill every day. Thank the Lord, I have my taxi cab reflexes. The majority of the residents want to keep the charm of the nature coast with open spaces, and the only need is for attainable housing for the average worker in the county. What is the number of vacant lots currently available that have been approved for building already in the county? A builder's dream is build it and they will come. A homeless person's dream is build it and we will squat. A community's dream is build it as it is needed and not before. I would like to know how the $500,000 grant for the Fort Island Gulf Beach is being spent. What is the breakdown? Will it include additional parking spaces along the east side of the beach? And will they be configured similar to the existing parking spaces? Is it possible to have a dog beach on the south end by using some of the grass area? This would alleviate the problem with dogs on the main beach and bring tourism from those looking for a dog-friendly beach during their travels. This is a win-win situation with minimum maintenance. I have noticed the bathroom paper towel rack is already busted and always busted with paper towels on the floor and in the toilet. It would make sense to put a Dyson air hand dryer in, which would save the county money from not needing paper towels and the need to keep replacing the towel rack or unblocking the toilet. When will the missing pavilions on the beach be replaced and the boardwalk from the beach to the pier be repaired? Finally, since the budget from the Sheriff's Department is not approved by the commissioners except for the amount, how does a resident get involved as to where the money is being spent? Finally, I would like to know why code enforcement and maintenance is reactive as opposed to proactive. If they see or hit a pothole, they should report it. And if code enforcement sees a violation, they should address it without a resident's complaint. By being proactive, it makes for a safer and more beautiful county with less problems that need to be addressed by the commissioners that are already being overworked and stressed. It would be great to just come before you and praise you for the hard and wonderful job you are doing for the residents of the county. I am not an advocate of additional taxes, but I believe the timing is right for to put it on the, I know it's, but.
Thank you.
Okay.
We got it. Next, please.
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. I had two short things. 501 time certain, but it's not the 501, it's the 505. It was denied, it's coming before you. I won't be here because I have somewhere I gotta be. I think it should be denied after reading all the things. So I'm just giving you, if I were here, that's what I was gonna say. Now, when you were talking earlier about the things that we're designing as to construction and all that, and she gave you a list of the possible ARPA money. Okay. Engineering and street grading. And I heard something and it got me a little weary. Grading and going in and leveling. Are you talking about going backwards like we did with slurry in Citrus Springs so that the road is usable? Because it's inexpensive, but it is a disaster for families, for cars, for anything. So if you're talking about, doing something inexpensive, please do not put slurry on that list. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anything further from the board?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Slaybell.
I want to say something about code enforcement. I sat on that board when it was a board before there was a mediator in the 90s, early 90s, and code enforcement is complaint driven. And I do not want government to be reporting issues because that is a slippery slope. And as one that doesn't, even though I work for the government, doesn't trust the government, I don't want that government to have that control of that. That's why it's complaint driven. It's very important because there's a fine line of harassment and we never want to get into that. That's why it can't be anonymous so that it can't be harassment. It's very important. I understand where you were going, Steve, but it's a slippery slope. Second thing is, I know, what did you say earlier, Commissioner Kennard, that social media, no matter what you read on social media, this board cannot stop growth. We cannot stop property owners from developing their property within the confines of our comp plan and our LDC. So even though as a native Floridian, I would love to go back to my hometown in Sarasota and say, stop, we can't fit one more person in there. We don't have that control. We only have what we are trying to do and put in stronger language and conditions to control it and manage it properly. So I read every day somebody saying something, they're lining their pockets, silly stuff, because first of all, I wouldn't even know how to do that. And we don't have that control. So would I like it to stay like it was 30 years ago? Yes, I would love that, but it's not going to happen. People are moving here every day, and we can't stop property rights from being developed. The government does not have that control over that. We can just try to manage it as best as possible. So I see where you're going, and I appreciate it. I feel the frustration also. So thank you. And thank you, Madam Chairman. And you're doing a great job for your first time.
Well, thank you.
Chairing.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Finnegan.
I think it's important for the public if Mr. Howard could just give a brief discussion about the street grading. I think that I could understand why there's some confusion, what that is and what that entails.
I want to bring Marcelo up here because this is going to be his project, and he's going to do a much better job than I will. He's a professional engineer. We're very fortunate to have him, and he's been very successful in other local governments implementing this program. So if you could say it quickly, that'd be fabulous.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. The title probably should have been written a little better. It's more of a pavement condition survey, so not grading. I think it's very valuable. It takes us into the 21st century as far as knowing the data, the condition, the survey of all of our roads, so that when we put together a good work plan in the future, you'll be able to ask me, the public, hey, did you look at this road? Yes, I had an engineering firm look at it. We're not planning on doing this every year. We're just doing one right now, and then we'll evaluate the data. And it will help us to be very prudent and very proactive in our paving program. Does that kind of answer the question?
Ms. Burke, so it's a engineering survey of all the roads in Citrus County. I think Commissioner Bays alluded to this earlier. It's not always best just to wait and then have the destruction. There are different levels of things that would save us money, not slurry, but maintaining them, not waiting till it gets to a 9. And this survey will help that. So ultimately, we're hoping that this, in the long run, will save taxpayers money and our assets, which are our roads. Thank you, Marcella.
Thank you.
I would just suggest that maybe sometimes when you're looking at growth management and what's happening or not happening, that you look at the state. The state's doing a lot of preemptive regulation over local government, and I would encourage you to follow some of the legislation. I know specifically There was a House Bill 1547. It looks like it's died, but it's been out there since '22, and it keeps resurrecting. At some point, it'll probably come back to bite us. But if that happens, it can be very detrimental to local governments. If there's nothing further, upcoming meetings, regular meeting, March 12th, 1 p.m. right here in the courthouse, room 100, 110 North Apopka Avenue. The next regular meeting will be March 26th at 1 p.m., Citrus County Courthouse, room 100, 110 North Apopka Avenue in Inverness. And April 9th, 2024, 1 p.m., Citrus County Courthouse, room 100, 110 North Apopka Avenue, Inverness. We are going to adjourn this. I'm sorry, we're going to recess this meeting until 5:01. Sorry.
Welcome back. I'm going to call this meeting to order. I got over the flu a week ago, so I'm not contagious, but I have a lot of people are very happy I've lost my voice. So thank you, appreciate that. I'm going to ask Rebecca to run the meeting, but I'm here in sound mind and to do my job. I just can't hold it together for 7 hours. That's why I wasn't here at the 1 o'clock.
Good afternoon. We are here this evening for the 5:01 public hearings, and the first one on the agenda this evening is T1 CPA-AAD-PUD-2023-000. I think I got 4 zeros in there, 8. LaGree for Whitestone Landings LLC. It is to conduct a public hearing to review and consider the application as just read for Whitestone Landings. At the end of this hearing, if approved, it would be to direct the chair and the clerk to execute the ordinance for the ordinance for Terry LaGree for Whitestone Landing LLC. So at this time, we're going to proceed with opening the public hearing.
Actually, first, before we do that, can we do ex parte communications? And I need to read the ordinances. So at first, have you had any ex parte communications to disclose? And we'll start with Commissioner Slaybaugh.
No.
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 Thank you, Madam Chair. With regard to this hearing, at the conclusion, you're going to be asked to consider 2 ordinances. The first ordinance is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 3.3 acres from the professional services and office district to the high-density residential district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And secondly, the Atlas Amendment is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending Citrus County land use Atlas map by redesignating approximately 3.3 acres from the professional services and office district to a planned unit development for multifamily uses to the high-density residential district with a revised planned unit development for multifamily uses, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe Mr. LaGree is here for the applicant.
Please come forward.
Good afternoon. Madam Chairman, I'd like to request, I have a short video that I would like to display. If you would allow that, I'd appreciate it very much. It's about 1 minute and 50 seconds long.
That is fine.
Whitestone Landings is a newly planned pocket neighborhood community located in Crystal River, Florida. Citrus County is in the heart of Florida's nature coast on the Gulf of Mexico, where the pristine waterways and springs are home to the manatees, great boating and fishing, and abundant, beautiful open space. The community is located on the east side of Crystal River and is within a few minutes' drive of shopping facilities and access to the newly constructed Suncoast Parkway. The vision for Whitestone Landings is to create a well-planned community that benefits neighbors and friends with socialization and recreational amenities for all to enjoy, including our 4-legged companions. Outdoor cooking and gathering spaces are provided, along with quiet seating areas that are beautifully landscaped, fire pits for enjoying a glass of wine with your friends, and a sports court for pickleball and other yard games. Bike trails that extend for hundreds of miles are located just across the street. The community will display beautiful contemporary Florida coastal design architectural features that reflect the image and heritage of Citrus County. The landscape will consist of holly trees, palms, azaleas, camellias, and other flowering plants that fit perfectly within our greater community theme. The 8-plex flats are laid out with private entries to each unit. The 1 and 2 bedroom units are spacious and open, with high ceilings and tasteful finishes, providing ample light and views of the beautifully landscaped surrounding grounds. Welcome home. Community, neighbors, and friends await.
Thank you. My name is Terry LaGree. I'm the owner, planner, and designer of Whitestone Landings. I've been a resident of Citrus County since 1986. I came up from Southeast Florida, thank goodness, to work for Stan Olson and to help master plan, develop, and manage Metacrest and Black Diamond Ranch. Stan had a vision for Citrus County. He wanted to develop communities that were beautiful and would sustainable and improve over time. With that same philosophy, I purchased this property with the intent to create a boutique neighborhood pocket community that is well planned, reflecting a Florida coastal architectural design element that would complement and reflect our Citrus County heritage and implement a beautiful landscape setting that fits well into our greater community environmental theme. I presented this property to the board in November of 2021, and it was approved for 32 units. And the development went under contract to 2 different developers who were looking at the property, and they loved the concept. However, they both backed away because the project did not pencil out as a viable economic model. One of the potential clients was going to actually do it as a workforce housing project, which I thought would be a great location for such a thing to happen. Cost to build, infrastructure cost, and interest rates all came into play at that time, so that was part of that reason. I decided to revamp the design of the project to increase its density while still delivering a beautifully designed community. The project consists of 56 units, 1 and 2 bedrooms that range in size from 750 to 850 square feet. The buildings will be 2-story, 8-plex flats, and all have private entries. This, having been a resident this long, this is a unique design for Citrus County, for our county, and I truly believe it fits the need for our greater community. New working folks that are moving into the county that need a place to start, to live. This is going to work in our schools and our hospitals and our public service areas. Even retired couples would be a perfect fit. The project is designed, and the critical component to its success is to create and enhance a sense of community for the residents to be able to relax and engage with their neighbors. Sports court activities and outdoor cooking areas and fire pits are created for all to enjoy. I have one request from you tonight, if I may. The design I created is emphasized on landscape and green space as much as possible. The original design provided and required parking for 9-foot wide parking spaces, and that was approved by the board. The P&Z board back in December asked to go to 10-foot wide parking spaces. I didn't get a chance to talk to that point. I feel because of the smaller units that there'll be smaller cars here, and that 9-foot would fit very well into this environment. I respectfully request your consideration for that change to go back to 9-foot spaces if you indeed provide to approve this evening. I hope you see what I see in this community. I respectfully request your approval for the project and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Slava.
Mr. LaGree, you are definitely keeping this project in mind for workforce housing, correct? Or did you
No.
say because of the price? I mean, would it be attainable for workforce housing, or is it priced out?
Well, the price of building today takes it out of the workforce housing type element. Citrus County is not an opportunity zone to help support this type of product. So whatever the ultimate, I'm not going to develop it. I'm selling the product and hoping to work with the developer. I'm talking to a couple of people right now who are very interested in it. And, no, it could be a for rent project or it could be a for sale project as a condominium.
But they're 200,000 and below, correct?
No,
No, oh,
no, not in today's market.
not anymore, huh?
And I'm dealing with a modular company out of southern Georgia that have built great product that I can use here for this particular project. And it's better than any price I'm getting from a builder. So,
Okay. Thank you.
Board members? Any further questions? Would staff be next? Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Ashley Baldwin, Planner, Land Development. This application is a comprehensive plan amendment, Atlas Amendment with the PUD. As Mr. LaGree mentioned, it was previously approved for 9.7 dwelling units per acre in 2021 with the PUD. Currently, he is asking for 17 dwelling units per acre. That is up to 56 units when it was previously 32 units. This is the subject property. You can see here to the west, there's another multifamily division that is 10.8 dwelling units per acre. There is also development to the south there that is multifamily. To the northeast, you have the power line corridor. The zoning is currently the PSO with the approved PUD for the 10.8 dwelling units per acre. I'm looking to go to HDR to increase the dwelling units per acre. You see the HDR properties to the south and the MDR property to the west that it has the current development of multifamily on it. This is a look at the site plan for the property. It consists of 7 buildings with 8 units per building. Some of the deviations he requested were the 9 by 20 parking spaces. Also, he's requesting a deviation to extend the PUD for 5 years instead of the 3-year. The PDC recommended approval for this project 6-1 with the conditions included in the staff report. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Board members, you have any questions for staff?
I see this passed in October 19th, 2023. 6-1 motion carried from the Plan Development PDC.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Open to the public. Thank you. We're going to open this up to the public now. If anyone would like to speak for or opposed to this application, please come forward at this time. Please direct all comments to the chair. I'm not sure who's the chair, but pick one.
I think officially I am.
Hi, Commissioner. Oops. Hi, Commissioners. Hope you are all well. Oh,
Please state your name for the record and your
Donna
address.
Rommel, Inverness. Okay, how am I going to do this? They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. I don't need 1,000 words. I'm going to introduce you to 2 family members in Citrus County. A little primitive, but you got the idea. Okay, this is Mother Mother Nature's coast. She is good. She is a symbiotic ecosystem where humans and nature, for most part, can come together. Nature's coast may thrive with some human intervention, but human interruption will kill it. Whatever your creed, Mother Nature's coast is as good as she should be. She is good. And this is why we live here. This is where I come from. All right, this is Uncle Urbanization. He's a concrete and asphalt lover. He brings overpopulation, pollution, and garbage. He will cause water shortages and sinkholes. He will create higher crime eventually. And do we have control of the crime we have now? He will cause land degradation. He will kill our wildlife, which is our claim to fame. And he will destroy their habitat. And have you seen Bambi's casing the highway when you're driving home at night? He will raise our cost of living, and he'll wish us luck with homeowners insurance. He will require more healthcare facilities, larger hospitals, more rescuers, police, and schools. He will create more congestion and more accidents. If you need to be highly amused, party all the time, or shop till you drop, go somewhere else or move. And just a little side note that everybody here is watching how you vote, so we know how to vote. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Next. Anyone else wishing to address this for or opposed, please come forward. Going once, going twice. Open to the public is now closed. Board members, what are your wishes? All right, I'm going to start this off. Since no one else wants to jump out there, I am going to put my 2 cents in about this. There is a bill going through the Florida legislature right now. It's called the Live Local Act. I hear the citizens loud and clear that you want good quality to development. There's, I believe, if the statistics are correct, between everything, we know that about 50% of the lands are sequestered by state and federal lands. You put some other marshlands and wetlands into that, we're about 63% that'll never be built on. What I would like for the citizens to understand is to come to us with, help us with some solutions, because we can't say no to everything. This Live Local, and I'm going to try to draw a comparison for you. This Live Local bill says that any property in a county that is zoned commercial, industrial, or mixed use, a developer can come in, they can buy that piece of property, and they don't have to do any permitting process, and they can build this workforce housing. Then they take it off the tax rolls for 30 years. So you have to decide. You have a private investor, it's called capitalism. And if they can make it work and they want to take that risk and they want to develop that with their own dollars, do you tell them no? Or do you let a company come in that is going to apply for tax credits in Tallahassee and then develop and then take it off of your tax rolls? I'm telling you this because you cannot be NIMBYs. You can't say no to everything. If it works for private enterprise, let private enterprise take the risk. It's their risk. Otherwise, you're putting this on the backs of the taxpayers, because ultimately you're going to take up, people are going to come in here, they're going to take this piece of property up and they're going to build, and you're going to pay for it. So I understand when you say we don't want these things. I will tell you this gentleman, in my opinion, has put together something that is greatly needed in our county. When I ran the numbers or had worked with staff to run the numbers, we have an abundance of what we would call affordable housing in this county. In fact, I had it broken down by each, the Beverly Hills, Marina Del Rey, and then Crystal River, there's several different ones. In Floral City, there's some apartments. Long story short, I'm not gonna bore you with all the details, but there's 1,136 units of affordable housing. What we need is we need the middle market. We need to return this inventory. These people come in here and as they grow out of it, we need to be able to return our affordable housing, and it may not even be subsidized by us. It may be some of the smaller houses. We need those people to be able to go and buy newer homes. We all know the cost of insurance. If you buy a house that's older than 2001, you're paying higher rates because it's not built to code. If we have developers that come in here and give us an option that these people can buy, and then they return those older homes back into the marketplace, it'll correct itself, and it won't be on the back of the taxpayer. Fundamentally, I understand the Live Local Act, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm not a proponent of it. And if you're in South Florida, they are actually taking agricultural lands and qualifying them as commercial, because if you're a bona fide ag exemption, you have to be doing a business to get an ag exemption. So they can say it's commercial. So be careful of what you ask for. Be careful when you say no. This is a good project. No one spoke out. I'm going to put a motion on the floor to pass it.
Madam Vice Chair, I want to say that that was exceptionally well said, and I applaud that you went out there and said all that, and I want to second your motion. We probably need to read that. Do you want me to read it out?
Sure.
I'm seconding the motion of CPA/AA/PUD-2023-00008 LaGree for Whitestone Landings LLC.
Based on competent and substantial evidence.
Of course. Is there any doubt?
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further board discussion? Any additional, do we take?
Yeah, can we clarify the size of the parking spaces, whether he went asked for 9 feet, the PDC recommended the 10 feet of the land development code?
May I?
Sure.
So my thought on this, if it was a commercial development, I would have a lot to say about this. This is going to be a private place, and that's for the developer. If they can safely park in 9 feet and people want to live there, I would be okay with that. If people don't like the parking, they're not going to live there, so that would be the developer's risk. Again, if this was a commercial property, I would not allow that. I would want the bigger space, but this would be for the developer to decide.
Are you finished?
Yes, ma'am.
I have Commissioner Slayball next.
I was quiet because it was Commissioner Kennard's district, so I was giving him, but you jumped out there and did such an amazing job. Donna, I want to say something. First of all, I really appreciated your poster boards and good art, truly. You know, I'm a native Floridian, and I don't know how many of you in the audience were born here, but I've watched Florida get gobbled up. And Rebecca, Commissioner Bays, is absolutely right. We can't stop developers from developing the land they own. Otherwise, most of you that built your house here would not be here because I would have stopped it as a Floridian. But we want to make sure, and this board has done quite a bit to make sure that we are putting the parameters out there so that it's done properly and we still have green space. I don't even know if you noticed on the drawings, which were hand done, by the way, Mr. LaGree, very, very good. The green space and what is there. This is a project that I think we need. I think that there's apartments back there already. If any of you've driven back there, it's already high density residential, and this is the perfect area for this to marriage into what's already there. So, yeah, I would like to say no to every developer that comes here, but legally I cannot do that because then the county will get sued and the taxpayers will pay it. Also, the other thing I want to say is I've said this since I've moved here. This is one of the few counties that is upside down in their taxes. Most counties, their businesses carry the weight of the taxes. We, all of us up here, all of you in the audience, we're carrying the weight. It should be 60 commercial, 40 residential. We're the other way around. That's why we have to stop that. We have to get the right companies to come here. And unfortunately, they're going to have to probably put some concrete down, but that's what's going to take the burden off of us taxpayers. It is not an easy thing to do, and that can has been kicked down the road many years, and this board is addressing these issues. And even though I appreciate you saying you're going to pay attention to how we vote, when we're sitting up here, those threats cannot enter in, because then we will just be doing the bidding of whoever has the most T-shirts in the audience. We have to look at the whole county and every single taxpayer. So kudos to you, Commissioner Bays, and thank you for that homework.
Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, I was just gonna add, I don't know if it's still the case, but I think when the Lecanto government building was built, the parking lot there, I believe, had 9-foot parking spaces, doesn't it? I don't know if it still does, if they've been expanded, but they're 9-foot spots, right? All right, I don't have an issue with that.
Commissioner Davis?
I was just gonna say, well done, both of you, very good job. The applicant, you're fine with all the conditions. I'm fine with 9 feet, but you're fine with all the other conditions. Yes.
Yes.
11, there are 11 conditions. 12.
12.
So, yes, I'm fine, and I'm fine with the 9 foot.
So my motion's to include the 12 conditions and approve the 9-foot parking spaces.
Second.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, and good luck. Next on our agenda tonight is T2. It is the PUD 2023-00012 Hampton Hills LLC. Take it away.
And with regard to this application, have you had any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Slaybaugh.
No.
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 Yes.
No.
At the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider proposed ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas map by redesignating approximately 24 acres from the medium-density residential district with mobile homes allowed to the medium-density residential district with a planned unit development for single-family residential units, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe that Hampton Hills is represented. Mr. Abel.
Good evening, Commissioners. Eric Abel on behalf of Hampton Hills LLC, Citrus Hills, more commonly known as, or our holding company. Thank you, staff, for getting us this far. It's been a nice adventure. PUD 2023-00012 is our request for redesignation of about 24 acres from medium density residential with mobile homes to just MDR with a PUD for single family residences. So we're trying to reduce the densities perhaps that are allowed under the MDMH. to allow our single-family residences. This request is driven by our loss of development acreage due to the widening of 491 and the regional drainage plan, where we had lost about 60 acres in the taking. And for us to amortize the cost of developing the 800 plus or minus acres of parcel C, we need more units to spread those costs across. So in other words, if I want to put $100 million into developing parcel C, and I only have 4 units to sell to, they're going to have to pay all of that. Well, I need more density so that I can get there. So in this case, we bought more acreage near our DRI. This 24-acre expansion somewhat offsets our lost development of lots, but it isn't our only application. Within a few weeks, you'll see a second application coming to you for some other property we bought nearby parcel C to effect the same. We believe this request will result in more upscale development within the county than the current allowance for the mobile homes. Access and utilities are planned to be provided on private roads from our parcel C, which has access to County Road 491. But all of the access roads and utilities will be maintained by the development itself, not on the tax burden of the county. To assume separation and, to my own bad handwriting, to assure separation and privacy both ways, we're requesting the right to erect an 8-foot wall or fence along the perimeter of the 24-acre PUD. The PDC has requested a condition that it be a wall, not a fence. If that is ultimately to be a condition of this ordinance, we just want to know the definition or distinction in advance. My interpretation is that perhaps a wall is something we don't see through or is opaque, as opposed to a fence maybe has slats through it. I'm not sure, but that was a PDC request. Additionally, the PDC requests a condition that the wall be landscaped, either outside of the wall or plantings on the wall. Presumably it could be ivy. We do not have a problem with that condition. I'm happy to do a planting to make it more attractive, as we've done along Ottawa as it borders parcel B of the DRI. As I read staff's report, the BOCC, to the BOCC, I noticed that Exhibit C conditions, item 4, uses the word shall in its call for the wall. I would like to request the staff and ultimately the board to change the shall to a may. Although the perimeter wall is our current plan, we are only requested the right to install the wall or fence to the height of up to 8 feet. In light of the discussion of the PDC in the 10-year term, Hampton Hills wants to give due consideration to the decision. Accordingly, I'm requesting the language in item 4 conditions be permissive of an 8-foot wall rather than obligatory. Finally, Hampton Hills is requesting a 10-year development timeframe for this PUD. Seemingly, the PDC and county staff had no issue with this request, but I do feel it's important to let you know that this longer term is being requested due to the added considerations we must give to the impacts and influence it has on our larger parcel C of the DRI. Otherwise, thank you for your time, and I'm here to answer questions.
Board members, any questions of the applicant?
Thank you. I do. Mr.
sorry.
Abel?
You almost got away.
I'm here.
Can you tell me where the shall is on?
It is on page 887 of 973.
Okay, thank you. I
You
got
found
it.
Okay.
887.
Exhibit C to the proposed ordinance.
Thank you.
861, I think I saw it. Right.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Joanna, you ready?
All right, I sure am. He did a lot of my work for me, so that makes it much easier. This is proposing to change 24 acres from medium-density residential with mobile homes to medium-density residential with a planned unit development for single-family uses. And here is the zoning in the area. It is almost predominantly medium density, but you can see that is Citrus Hills to the north. They are proposing an internal access to Citrus Hills. The legislature and the statutes no longer have a provision to add areas to a DRI. That's not in the statutes anymore. So this is really the only method they can do so to technically try to add some more area to the DRI area. So what they're proposing with the master plan is to utilize the standards in the Citrus Hills DRI as far as setbacks, impervious surface, et cetera, and have only an internal connection. So at the planning board, there was quite a lot of discussion about traffic on Scarborough. They are proposing no connections to Scarborough. That is one of the conditions recommended by the planning board. And you can see that we did have to add emergency access, maybe have to be there because that is a requirement of land development code when you get to 75 units. Otherwise, the density proposed would not exceed 8 dwelling units per acre. That is what is allowed in an MDR right now by right with PUD. Citrus Hills ranges from 6 to 20 with multifamily. I did put in the PowerPoint. This is an area. There's not much there. There's a house and a whole bunch of field. This is parcel C that he talked about. I know that Mr. Abel, parcel C is something he rattles off his tongue, but that is the new area between Ottawa and 491 that's not started development yet, but is getting very close. We've had a lot of discussions with the developer. So that is a very large section that you can see on the left side of the screen, and it actually completely abuts this. So they would be connecting to the residential areas within Citrus Hills that are proposed. And this is a close-up of parcel C, just so you can see there is absolutely residential in this area that will be connecting to it. And this is their master plan. There's not really much to it other than here's a parcel. They are proposing a wall or a fence. No concern with changing shall to may and making it not be mandatory. I had understood this is something they absolutely wanted, but I understand they may not. The Planning and Development Commission discussed this in January, and they did have some concerns about a fence rather than a wall. So they did recommend an 8-foot wall if it's used rather than a fence. They also added that there should be a landscape buffer outside of the wall or plantings on the wall, which, as you know, is similar to along Ottawa, for example, as Mr. Abel said. So there are 11 proposed conditions, and the Planning and Development Commission did support this application.
Thank you, board members. Any questions of staff? Commissioner Davis.
Do we have an actual definition between fence and wall to answer Mr. Abel's question?
In our land development code, we have a definition somewhat. I think what he's getting at is, do we want to define what kind of a fence it would be, whether it's the PVC plastic or chain link? And that would be up to the board if you want to be that specific.
I heard that Rebecca really likes white vinyl.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Thank you. So the wall or fence, is it going around the perimeter of the entire shaded area that I'm looking at here?
Yes, that's what's proposed by the applicant, and he stated that at the PDC. That was their question as well, is it would go around the entire thing.
And then to the right of the last parcel, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 smaller properties. Do we know how far the wall or the fence is away from those property owners, the actual homes?
The actual homes? I don't think so. Let's see if we can see it on the aerial.
I know I tried to look at an aerial view also.
Yeah, they look like they're about, the two that look developed are about halfway through. Mr. Abel might be able to answer that.
And I don't see any, and again, I pulled up my own aerial and I couldn't figure it out any better. Above what we're seeing here, and it looks all wooded, which that would be the other development. Is there any sort of a road, or is that just going to be woods and then eventually a road will go pop out through there?
There's absolutely nothing right now. None of parcel C is developed. So the only thing that's developed on here on this map is 491 and then Ottawa on the east side. This will eventually be developed and the roads put in residential subdivisions, but not yet.
We don't have any county paper roads along the top of that then?
No, we don't. On the aerial, you can see, or you can't really see, it's very hard to see, but it's labeled South Access Point. I can't find that out there. It's there on paper, but that is a private paper road.
On South Access Point?
It's on the very left side of the, right here.
Okay.
But that again would not be access.
Oh, I see.
They're proposing access solely within Citrus Hills. So when they develop the area of parcel C in this area, then they could also advance down into this area if this is approved. So certainly need to put the roads in parcel C to be able to access this point.
So I just want to make sure I'm thinking right. So you would come off of 44, go on Scarborough, go into that development, and then eventually you could go out where it's undeveloped right now.
Well, they're not proposing any access on Scarborough, so they won't be able to do that. Right now, you can. Right now, those lots are right on Scarborough and go right to 44, but this PUD is proposing no access to Scarborough and only internal access through Citrus Hills when they develop that area.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Schleba?
And I see in our backup material that this application is consistent with the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan.
Yes, ma'am.
I can't believe I have to say that out loud, but it is consistent with that. Okay. Thank you.
We'll now open this public hearing up to the public for comments, either for or opposed. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record and direct all comments to the chair.
Hi there, Board. My name is Jesse Rumson. I live on Scarborough Ave, 135. Lived there for my whole life. We've had 4 generations there, and I don't normally speak for them, but I actually found Access Point, which you guys said didn't exist, and I walked down it, and I got everyone on Access, everyone on Elmhurst, everyone on Ponder. It says that they don't appreciate this in their neighborhood. This isn't what they're looking for. This isn't what they signed up for. They're all vets. They're all retired. They're all a tight-knit community in that area. Everyone knows each other. They attend each other's parties. And that this wall that they're proposing to section everybody off, it clearly is to keep everyone else out. So it shows you right off the bat that this isn't a fit for the community that they're looking to enter into. The aerial map showed it a little better when you see all the wooded areas that they're looking to dismantle and repurpose. That is an area that has an abundance of wildlife. It is foxes, it is deer, it is turtles, it is birds, and it is well appreciated by the people who live there, who have grown up there, who have seen these 80-year-old turtles go through their property, who have grown up with each other and with this area. Normally, I don't say, don't build the wall. Normally, I say build the wall. But in this instance, I'd have to disagree with the rezoning. I'd say the bringing in the city water, bringing in the city sewage is not a fit for these people that have their aquifers, they have their septic tanks, they'd like to stick to it. And building this through line for the city water and sewage to open it up for them to get onto it would be completely unnecessary. Them saying that they wouldn't build a road connecting this back area, they said they'll build it as a service road. But we all know that people will drive on service roads, that won't be not used by the public, that when people realize that there will be a shortcut from one end of town to another, they'll take it, they won't hesitate, and it will be more traffic added to an already dense zone. I mean, when you pull out of Scarborough, sometimes you have to wait just time after time to be able to even pull onto the highway, let alone more houses. There's enough development going on in this county to not need this as well. I know that you're probably more aware than anyone else the development that we've been doing, not just in Inverness, not just in Crystal River, but all across the county has just been being built up. I mean, the big one off of, Forest Ridge that's going in there? This is all area that we're gonna need more commercial things. We're gonna need more businesses brought in to even support the amount of houses that we're building currently. So to propose more, and the 0 lot lines that are also proposed for this building to increase the maximum area of houses that can be placed in this area is again unnecessary. To have one area right on top of another, right built up to a wall, it's just not a good fit for this area, not a good fit for the community, not a good fit for the county, and I stand in stark opposition to it. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
I don't know if you...
To the clerk, please. Next, please.
Yes, my name's Greg Hoying. I represent a group called Citrus Government Watch. And what we are is just a watchdog group. We're not trying to find fault with anybody or problems. But what we have is groups of people that go to the different advisory boards just to see what's going on and monitor, Citrus County. I got blessed with the Planning and Development Board. And I found something very curious. When somebody comes to the board and they want a variance for maybe an offset or setback, and it's not too outrageous, they generally give it to them. But if there's one neighbor that disagrees with them, they'll vote against them every time. However, if a developer comes in and every single resident is outraged by this, they pass it. And it makes you wonder what kind of magical thing they have, what kind of strings are being, I don't know. But I'm here on behalf of the residents of Hampton Hills because they have come to me and asked for my help. I want to compliment the board for voting in favor of the Pine Ridge. It was the same kind of thing, and thank you for that. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about the Live Local Act. This law was signed in by Governor DeSantis July 1st, 2023. And in essence, it lets the developers develop anywhere they want. It puts the burden of the tax burden on the residents and not the developer. Not only that, every bit of building material they purchase to build these, they get a refund for that. Now, it's my understanding that Pasco County is actively suing any developer who tries to build high-density housing on industrial commercial zoned land. They've also teamed up with Hillsborough and Pinellas County to fight this law and change it. I'd like to urge the commissioners to join with them and not just change it, but get rid of it. This is a terrible law because it's not fair to us as taxpayers to pay for their development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Rick Matherson, and I just wanted to say that I agree with Jesse Rumson in all his arguments. I do commend you on the T1. That was a good call on that one, but that's pretty much it in short speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Rhoda Fraze. I live at 242 South Ponder Avenue. My husband and I, a couple of years ago, we decided to downsize, get a smaller place that in our retirement we will be able to afford if we need a new roof or whatever. So we got a small mobile home. It's the smallest double-wide mobile home that you can get. We picked this area because of the surrounding hometown, nature, neighborhood that as soon as you move in, the neighbors come over and say, hey, my name is such and such. Where are you from? What do you do? It's a good community. And when you come in, big builder, with an 8-foot fence and say that we're going to put, what did you say, 8 homes per acre? That is destroying this neighborhood. The people that live in this neighborhood are middle class, retired people, working class people. I don't know if you've heard about it or not, but when you go to the grocery store now, it's twice as much money to buy groceries. Home insurance, home insurance has doubled and tripled in the last 2 years. Auto insurance is just now starting to double and triple again. So all these homeowners are already strapped. We're living paycheck to paycheck. And when you have our taxes went up last year, this year the taxes are going to go up. When this big developer comes in, what's it going to do to our taxes that all around that neighborhood? It's going to destroy everybody around there. We're not going to be able to afford it. We're going to have to move into I don't even know where we would move to. Where do you go? What do you do? Because anywhere you go, it's going to be worse. Like the other guy said, the the crime rate. You put in places like this, crime is going to go up. You know, you're putting up this big wall to separate the well-to-do rich people from the working class worker bees of this community. It's not right, and I'm asking you to stop it.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. My name is Dale Fraze. I've lived in this county since 1979, so I've seen a lot of growth in the county. I fully understand growth is necessary. I mean, we've got to have balanced growth, period, because if we don't grow, we don't flourish. We need that. So I'm not against balanced growth at all. Like I say, I've lived in this area for a long time. The larger developments and stuff that's been zoned to be those communities, like they were talking about, the larger area and stuff that goes all the way out to 491, it's there, it's zoned that, it's been that. I'm for that. I have no problem against that. This little section that we have here that we're trying to rezone though is all surrounded, and been surrounded by, the average working people's homes. There's some nice homes, there's some nice mobile homes, there's some not so nice. There's all ranges and stuff, but it's more for the working people like that. So I'm for development. I don't want that to stop. I mean, we have to have that. But in this area, I think that we just need to leave this particular little 24 acres that's divided all around. It's going to be the same thing. We don't need to wall it off. Let's leave it in the community that it's in, and let's expand the areas that are already zoned for that to be able to go. So that's my opinion, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
My name is Sam, and I live on Scarborough Avenue, where the proposed development is happening, right across the street. In our neighborhood, we have box turtles. They live to be over 100 years old. One of them we recognize by the scar on its back, where one of our neighbors hit it with a lawnmower 30 years ago. And every rainy season, I see it swimming around in puddles in our front yard. Box turtles cannot be relocated, or they will die. It's like taking an Aboriginal to the big city. They're not genetically adapted to those diseases. You're not only putting these turtles at risk that you're removing from the area, but the entire population of turtles that you're relocating them to. Gopher turtles are in the area too. Their burrows are 40 feet wide and 20 feet deep. Over 300 other species live in there with them. Frogs, snakes, some of them also endangered. You can relocate the turtles, but who's going to relocate the frogs and the snakes? With Citrus Hills comes Citrus Hills landscaping. And Citrus Hills landscaping comes with pesticides and herbicides. The owls are going to be eating those dead bugs and those dead rats, and they're going to be taking them home and feeding them to their babies. I'm not opposed to development. The world goes on, people need places to live. But I'm opposed to irresponsible development, and this is just not the right spot for it.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. My name's Tom Wright. I am a retired firefighter, fire inspector. I retired from Naples, Collier County. When I first got to Naples down in 1991, they rolled the sidewalks up at night. Then by the time I left, I retired in 2012, stayed another few years until my obligation with my former spouse and I could move out of the county because of my daughter. Finally turned 18, graduated from school, high school, all that kind of stuff. I want to direct your attention up here. My number is very top right, 14144. This map is very misleading. There's going to be another wall, and it's the one that cuts across the north side where it borders, and then this cuts down like a little key. So there's going to be a wall cut right past my house there. You better build it out of very thick concrete because I have a shooting range back there. So don't put it at a chain link. And if I have to lose my shooting range, that's one of the reasons why I came up here. I came up here to get away from everything that I saw down in Naples. And because I'm a fire inspector, I know very well about the consent agendas and variances that are hidden within that. If you don't have the developers develop properly and do the roads properly, like look at this picture again up here. You don't have it anymore. When they first put it there with that vacant field, we have this reclaimed asphalt now. Goes all the way down Scarborough Avenue, except it stops at my driveway. Doesn't go to the end. I don't know why he didn't finish the road. People across the street from me, vacant lot, they've been trying to sell it or develop it, but they can't now because if they don't, you have that picture? No. You're not gonna get heavy trucks back there. It's just gonna destroy the road. That's not the one. The very first one the developer had that showed the vacant lot. And again, this is misleading because my house back there is not a mobile home. I'm on an acre. It's a block home. Nice little 2-bedroom, 2-bath, perfect for me, single male. Still looking for the next ex, Mrs. Wright. But you know, my main thing is I'm there. It's very misleading, and I'm going to get a wall. And am I going to lose my firing range? Am I going to have to, you know, move somewhere else? Because right now I'm in negotiations with a real estate guy because I got a feeling I'm going to lose it. And so again, this is misleading. We're not getting all the truth. There's only a handful of real mobile homes there, and you know, people think, oh, that looks bad. Well, that's on code enforcement. You know, if code enforcement's not getting out, telling people to clean their yards, get the shade tree mechanics to, you know, get a shed or something like that. That's not, you know, really my fault. I can't control my neighbors, but code enforcement can. You can do your jobs, not your jobs, but code enforcement can do their jobs. I mean, we're close to the dump. There's trash all over 44. I don't know where the police department is with $500 litter fines. I'd be doing that more than just chasing people down, sticking them in jail for a for-profit prison system. Which maybe their pensions are tied into those corporations. I really don't know. But with me, again, this is misleading. I'm at the end of the street. I will get a wall there because they're going to develop the whole thing, not just this little keyhole. He got 10 years to do this. I want to know when they're going to break ground like they did across Norville Bryant and level everything. And then I've got nothing but dirt to look at for years.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commissioners. Steve Meckler from the failing state of Maryland. I've seen it all. I can predict what will happen here. Everything that's going wrong, I've seen before. That's why I'm here, hoping things won't go wrong. And we all love the animals. The more important thing is we don't have the infrastructure. Every house is 1.5 cars, more on that road. We don't have, I drove around today looking at all the land that's ready to be developed, Ruthie, right across from you, from Citrus Hills. You see it, how they're building it up. They've got massive projects going on. I say we hit the pause button on this, see how it works out. Our trash dump is almost full to capacity. Where do you put all this garbage at? Scott Adams used to scream about this years ago. That was his main thing about our trash dump cannot handle this. Now we're putting all these homes in that they have the ground cleared now. Let's push the pause button. We don't have the hospitals. You might have people from the hospital saying, we have the best hospitals. Bull crap. I got a kidney stone a couple years ago, like in the middle of the night. What in the heck is that? You know, I thought I was dying. I never go to a hospital, but eventually the wife drugged me down there. I sat there in the waiting room. This is like 2 a.m. for about 40 minutes, almost passed out. Then they took me in the back and set me in the hall in the back. We don't have the hospitals. And if something goes wrong, guys, drive up 200 and go to Marion County, that emergency center. It's excellent. So we don't have the hospitals. We all know what our roads are like. And Diana, you asked about, where's the road go out? It'll dump out on the courts or Ottawa. Then people want to find a shortcut. They want to go to Crystal River. They're coming down Otis, Thompson, or Ponder. The roads aren't built for throughway traffic. We already got the chuck holes, but I'm not going to cry about, everybody cries about the roads. You know that. We all were taxed with the gas tax years ago that we're going to fix the roads. That never happened. We all got the big tax boost. And I know one time I was complaining about the overbuilding, and Holly goes, you don't understand. We're bringing in more tax money. These homes will not provide the tax money to take care of their own area. It's plain and simple. Don't have a garbage dump. Don't have the hospitals. Mike's gonna cry. We need more cops. You know, So can we hit the pause button on this? And I had a fella, I appreciate a lot of my neighbors came down here and I says, hey, first time they were here. It's very nerve wracking when you don't do this as a profession. Am I done?
You're done.
Well, I thank them for being here.
Thank you for your
Goodbye.
comments. Bye. Next speaker, please.
My name is Stephen Sams. I live at 183 South Scarborough. There's a couple of things on this application that concern me. It's pretty misleading. And one of the biggest concerns I have is the density. When I read on here, the DRI allows for interchangeability between single family and multifamily uses, may allow up to 20 per acre in multifamily uses. It's not consistent with the area whatsoever. The map that's up there is very misleading. That second spot up there, none of those middle lots are there. That 5 acres that are right across the street from me, and then you take the 5 acres directly across the street, there's only 8 houses, 8 dwellings on that entire 5 acres. So I don't know how old it is. This was probably back when it was a campground, but all of that right there is not consistent with how that land is right now. So what concerns me is the density. Then it says 12 dwellings a unit. Over here it says up to 20, interchangeable. What's it gonna be? Is it gonna be 6? Is it gonna be 8? Can they change their mind and say, oh, well, we got it approved, so now we can change our mind because it's in this application that allows it to be changed, so we can go up to 20. 20 dwellings per acre. That's just that 5 acres across from me. That's more people that live on the street now. What are we doing? It's too many people, let alone the wildlife. That's another issue, is the wildlife.
Can you ask this gentleman what his alt key code is? Because I don't know what he's pointing at.
Which alt key are you looking at?
Let's see. If you look on your map, the 5 acres, 14310, right there. Now, directly across the street is where I'm at.
You said 14310.
Yes, that's what he's wanting to develop, that piece of that 5 acres right there. I am directly across from where that number is. I am
On Scarborough.
On Scarborough. Yeah, but see, all those little lots, they're not little lots anymore. That map is so old. That is an old map. There is actually, if you take the 5 acres directly across from 14310, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 dwellings in that 5 acres across from him. So to say that what he's asking for is the same as what's there is untrue. This application is misleading at the very least. I don't want to call anyone a liar, but all you gotta do is drive down the street and count homes. It's not that hard to do. And I don't like the word interchangeable, because he can just change his mind and decide, well, we'll just put 12 or 20, because both of those numbers are in this application. Which is it? Is it 12 or is it 20? I don't like either one of those numbers. I'm just saying, density is an issue. And they will come in on Scarborough, just like they come in on Ottawa. You drive past Ottawa, it's supposed to be for a construction entrance. Everybody that lives on that side goes through Ottawa. All the residents do. They're gonna have an entrance on Scarborough. There's nowhere they're not. And if I lived in that neighborhood, if it was, you guys said yes, I would definitely come in there. I wouldn't go all the way around to access. First of all, you need a four-wheel drive to get back there. It's all sugar sand, good luck. Yes, they'll have the roads built, but right now you can't drive back there in a two-wheel drive vehicle. You're gonna have to get pulled out. But there will be an entrance on Scarborough, and those people that live on that backside will be entering on Scarborough. It's just the density that I have an issue with. It's overwhelming, and it is not consistent with what's there now at all. Like I said, this map is so old, it's not even correct. The only spot on this map where he says that the lots are 1/10 of an acre, maybe where Saginaw is, that little tiny corner on Saginaw. But from Naughty down,
Thank you, sir.
not even close.
Hi, my name is Eileen Redding. I've been a nurse here in the county for 39 years. My husband's been a teacher for 30. I live on the section there that is 14411. And I've been there over 35 years. I'm just really concerned about multi-level buildings being right there. And like you said, the amount of traffic. I want to thank everybody before me. They've made all the points that I was trying to say. It's our own little community there that we really love to see the trees and the wildlife. I know it doesn't matter, but everybody's going to push out that wildlife just like they're trying to push us out. So I don't know, but I'm in an L shape. And I'm just pleading to really think about why we chose to live there so many years and serve this county. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
My name is Jacqueline Sams. I live at 183 South Scarborough Avenue, 114 South Scarborough Avenue, and also the other property next to that property that you guys are saying empty is my aunt and uncle that moved down. I'm also someone who attended this county for the last 44 years within the school system. I met each and every one of you. Our boys represent Lecanto. They brought more space, more time, more energy, more entertainment into Lecanto finally over the last few years. I'm concerned with what everybody has addressed to you guys, as well as heard what each one of you have said at the meeting prior to this and the meeting now. I respect each and every one of you. I respect Mr. Hills and had conversations with him myself. What I'd like to say to you is what am I telling these boys when they come back from college? They're at the Academy of Environmental Science. We had one that attended full-time there. We have cousins that attended there. Their grandma and grandpa did not make it here today. That's their property that I'm standing here for. I will be looking at each and every one of these properties. I've done nothing but work as well as volunteer, and we volunteered. My husband is a veteran that was just up here. My mother is the nurse that has been in here for 40 years. And my father also was the school teacher. Unfortunately, they didn't say his last name right when he also retired. And all he got was a watch. So all I'm saying to you is my other son ended up not just being academic and athletic, but he also went to Ferrum College. He worked through the pandemic. He worked through all the golf courses. He did a lot of work that when adults didn't want to work, he started working. These children are growing up and they're going to be taking the inheritance of these families' properties or making them better or building them better, as you say. But we haven't been given a chance because we've volunteered our lives for the communities of adults that have been working maybe full-time or dads and moms that couldn't. So your kids could play in sports and your kids could do things. We gave our side of either veterans of disability or veterans of those that maybe wanted to do something better for the community. And what I'm asking today is if you could please just take a second chance to overlook what they have said is the proper paperwork and also look at the maps, come out yourself and look. We still haven't finished the hurricane situations of cleaning properties up. We've been doing it for years. If anything, we've been the watchdogs to make sure that those that are out there right now, each and every one of these neighbors that live 6 months at a time back and forth, that their properties don't get broken into, that their properties don't get robbed. And the minute that they come and have something that they need done, we try to pull together. I haven't seen a knock at our door, but by a few that just came up to this podium. But I will tell you that my children have stopped and helped them many times and they never asked where they came from. They are now in their 20s and they're 21. And I thank you for your time and I ask that you say a prayer before the end.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your service of your family. Next speaker, please.
I'm Byron Chastain,
I live on 473 South Ponder. And if they make the changes, as I understand it, and I have to start paying for water from the city and hook up to that, and then have to switch to sewage to them, and I have a septic tank that has cost me nothing since I've lived there since '09. I moved in on July the 4th in '09. And I just got through paying for fixing my pipe to my well because it had a little leak in it, and that cost me $650. Now, I don't have enough money to pay them to hook up to sewage and to hook up to the water. And I certainly couldn't water my yard. It's an acre of land, and it would cost me to be on city water way beyond what it is now. And so I'd like to leave it just like it is. And we're growing, and I have a lot of people move there since I've been living there. And if we make these changes, it's gonna cost me more money than I've got to pay. Where'd I go? I mean, what do you do when they send you a bill for $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 to hook up to sewage and water, and I've already got them? I just paid $650 to have my well fixed because I had a little leak in the pipe, and it cost $650 to fix that, and I can't afford to be hooked up to city water. I certainly couldn't water my yard, and it's an acre of land. So I'd like it to stay the way it is.
Thank you for your comments. Would anybody else like to speak?
I'm Martha Sheldon. I live on Ponder Avenue, 300 South Ponder Avenue. If you notice, 300 South Ponder Avenue is like a little square that's quite long, just on the other side of that trailer park that's there. Starborough, I go out onto because I have an exit there from my property. And I exit onto Ponder Avenue also. In the past, before they added the trailer up above my property, we had Notting Road. They closed that off on me. Just whoever did it, did it. I didn't have nothing to do with it. My sister passed away 3 years ago. She told me, this is a great state. You should go ahead and move here. You won't have no trouble with your kids in Pennsylvania. You'll be secluded. Now I come here and I hear all this changing, everything demolishing. Yeah, I took out 100 trees off that property. Cost me over $5,000. Bought a stupid sawmill, cut all that wood down myself. I still left trees. If you see the vaded area for the water trees, I still have the woodpeckers. I have all the type of bluebirds flying by, and we feed them through the feeders. I don't want to lose it. But if it goes to septic, sewer, and all this, my finances can't cover all that. And right now, Starborough is a roadway. I don't know where all the cars are coming from because I go to visit the neighbor around the corner. Her husband has cancer. She couldn't make it. She has other health issues. She couldn't make it. But I hope you listen to the complaints and hold off on this and see what other ways can get around it. Because I don't want a main highway on either one because it just makes the roads bumpier. But Starborough was dirt road. Ponder was for quite a while till they finally got paved down through it. But it's getting where you have to be real careful to pull out of our driveway so nobody hits us. Thank you for listening. I hope you agree.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Going once, twice, 3 times, closing open to the public. Board. Would the applicant like to rebuttal?
Well, again, on behalf of Hampton Hills, hearing what I did from the residents in the area, I think I can address some of those and maybe ameliorate some of your concerns as well. The proposed road access, it was mentioned, is actually shown on page 875 of the packet, if you wanted to see that, along the north within our, what I call parcel C. Page 875. Is that 875? What I'm looking at there is not. It shows on the right-hand side, if you're looking at it in your package, on the right-hand side, it actually shows a yellow inset map. This shows where the access road reaches to 491. The developer is certainly not providing access to or through the community via the currently adjacent roads. It's not our intention to access Scarborough. If the county requires emergency egress, they can help us perhaps find a place to put that. But the development or the wall itself would actually act to limit traffic development on Scarborough by not putting traffic on it. We prefer parcel C of the DRI and this 24-acre project to be self-contained on the private part of parcel C with Hampton Hills development. The expressed concerns for the land to remain in its native condition. That's a little overreaching on the boundaries, I'd say, and certainly it's moot in light of the property being designated as MDR currently. For the local residents to contest that is tantamount to complaining about their own zoning or where they moved into. The discussion about a shooting range only pushes my desire to build a wall. Any wall would be wholly upon our property. I'm not asking to be put on someone else's property. They're worried about the infringement of it. No, I definitely would put it on our own property, and to the extent landscaping on the wall was required or a condition that you'd like to see, we're happy to meet that condition. Finally, on the interchangeability, I want to be clear that we are only asking for single-family residential on this property, and it would not be more than 8 dwelling units per acre if that's a condition you want to state in there, but it's actually in there right now by saying 4,000 square feet is the minimum square footage of development. By the time you put in roads and in any drainage areas, it effectively cannot develop more than 8 DU per acre. That's it.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
There was a question that Mr. Abel did not address about multi-level homes.
Mr. Abel? Mr. Abel? Oh, I'm sorry. I think he did address
Well, it's not a question, but somebody did bring up that they didn't want to see multi-family homes.
And it would not be multifamily. It is I'm only looking for, and the application asked for, single-family residential.
Thank you. Board members, any additional questions from the applicant? Board members.
Okay. Again, I couldn't agree with y'all more. I don't want development. I did not know that about myself until I got up here. I don't like zoning changes, but according to this application, there is no traffic going on to Scarborough. That was a concern to me. The shooting range, I'm not sure because I don't even know which direction you're shooting, so. Okay, thank you. So that was a question I had a thought in my mind. The 14411, I really sympathize with that. The animals, I don't want anything developed because I'm like our creatures. I like our birds. I like all that. I just don't see how this board can get around this application because it is meeting our comp plan and our land development code, and it is exactly what this neighborhood is already zoned as. So I'm really struggling with it, but have to follow the law. So I'm I am going to say a little prayer, actually. So that's all I have, Madam Chairman.
Board members, any further discussion? You have any comments? Commissioner
Madam
Kennard.
Chair? Yeah. I don't see, and maybe I'm missing something here, but I don't see where the folks on Ponder are abutting this property and ultimately would be forced to hook up to water and sewer that would be brought to that property. I would assume it would come through the other part of this, the parcel C, would seem to make the most sense. So I really don't see where the folks on Ponder would have an issue with the utilities or be forced to hook up to utilities. So with that, I am prepared to make a motion based on competent and substantial evidence. I would make a motion that we approve PUD 2023-00012 A and B, and change with the conditions set forth by the PDC, and change shall to may on condition number 4 regarding the fence.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have any further comments by the board?
Joanne, are you forced, are they saying, where did this coming about the hooking to septic and sewer, from septic to sewer? That's not even a real thing?
Right. Well, for this kind of density, you do need central water and sewer. But there are access points coming from Citrus Hills. I don't know where water and sewer would be coming from, but I agree with Commissioner Kennard. It would make sense to come from the roadways to the north, but.
I'll make some final comments. I think this board has done a tremendous amount of taking some responsibility to improve our standards of what we do approve. This is what I would say about Citrus Hills. That has been a developer that has been in this county since the 70s. Many times today you open up the paper and you read sound off, or you read blogs of different temperaments, and what they're saying is that people don't want this growth and they don't want this development, what's coming in. What you're seeing down 491, you're seeing a lot of outside developers that are not from here. And historically, Citrus County lands have sold very cheap. Now you have developers coming in here and they're developing this property and they're turning it over and they're out of here. They're not here. That is not the case with this particular developer. That developer has given a tremendous amount back to this community. They're here. They are part of us. They give back. They have invested millions and they've given millions back. Probably multiple millions. They have not been what I would consider to be a greedy developer. I think they've been very much a community partner. So with that, I am going to call the vote. If no one
I have
else
one
has-
other thing to say.
Oh, okay.
I agree with you, Commissioner Bays. The Tamposi family has done an enormous amount for this community, and they do a really nice job with the development. And I have to say that I actually live in an older section of Citrus Hills, and when I woke up this morning, I heard my friend, the woodpecker, who always likes to come and bang on the side of my house for some reason. I have tons of gopher tortoises. I have bluebirds. I have cardinals. I have birds of prey, and I do have lots of woodpeckers. There is a lot of nature in Citrus Hills, and I know change is hard, but these guys are really good developers. And it's a good development, and it's going where it needs to go, which is infill. So, thank you.
Call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Sleds.
They need to.
If I could ask you all to quietly exit the chambers, we've got one more hearing to go.
We might need a deputy in here. You might-
Excuse me. We have one more hearing to go. If you could. All right, next up is our T3 PUD-2023-00003 Lecanto 2022 Lecanto LLC.
Yes, with regard to the application, have you had any ex parte communications you need to disclose? And we'll start with Commissioner Slaybaugh.
No. I mean, not, we've heard this over and over. You're talking about, we've heard it from the dais, but.
Any ex parte communications which
No.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Thank you. At the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Development Code Atlas and an existing master plan for non-residential uses, PUD-22-01, by allowing mini warehouse use and combining two out parcels, providing for applicability, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, providing for severability, providing for codification and scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. And I believe the applicant is prepared. Hi there.
Good afternoon. Point of order, I am not sick anymore, but my voice box is a little behind the message on that. Yeah, I understand. So if I take a sip of water, that is why. Also, it is not January 22nd, but that has not been updated from our previous presentation. But I believe that the rest of this hopefully should be our most recent PowerPoint. A lot of this is going to be refresher for this commission, so I'm going to go through it and get right to kind of what we have changed since we last spoke. So this is a subject property right there at the corner of Norvell Bryant Highway and Lecanto Highway. 29, just under 30 acres. No, that's fine. This is the future land use and zoning. Next slide. And this is the approved PUD master plan that came before you in 2022. You can see the sort of the main anchor tenant, which is Target, and then several out parcels along the right of way. And then what we're here to talk about today is what I have called an in parcel, which is that sort of lot that is set back. Next slide. And this is the site plan overlaid onto the GIS map as well as a land use attorney can do that. Next slide. And so this was approved in June of 2022. It's 10 retail commercial lots, 135,000 square foot anchor tenant, maximum ISR of 80%. Next slide. And this request is for self-storage building on lot 9. Next slide. Go next slide. This is the sort of site plan overlaid onto that Lot 9. Next slide. So just the overview of what the site plan is proposing is a 3-story climate controlled self-storage building, 83,604 square feet of floor area, 27,868 square feet footprint, 25 parking spaces, and 5 loading zones. Next slide. That slide shows those 5 loading zones. So this is where we get into the changes that we made. I think we came before you back in, I believe, yeah, it was June of 2023, so summer of last year, and we showed you this this elevation. And I think a lot of the comments we received were, what is that aluminum fronting? What is that green? What color will that even look like in real life? And, you know, we went and we did our homework. We kind of looked at the surrounding area, and the team did come up with an alternative design, which we can show you in the next slide. So this is the revised east-north elevation. And what we did is we really tried to go back and look at the surrounding area, and in particular, the development to the north. And if you go to the next slide, keep going. This is the 3-dimensional elevation. Next slide. And so this is Black Diamond. You'll notice that I believe I have maybe 2 or 3 slides from Black Diamond that just show property appraiser images that show we tried to kind of match the feel of the existing single family to the north. To just be a better complement and more compatible with the surrounding area. Next slide. So that is the request, is for approval subject to the conditions imposed by staff. But I did want to kind of have a broader discussion at the end here before we open it up to staff and to your questions about kind of the use and how it came to where we are today. You know, because to understand the request, you kind of have to understand how the project was designed from the beginning, because this was ultimately designed with this use in mind. Truthfully, when I was up here getting the overall plan approved, the team did not know that this use would actually require a separate approval. So when they contacted me back in, you know, probably the spring of last year, it was with surprise, like, oh, we have to go back before the Board of County Commissioners and request this. The reason it was designed from the beginning for this use is because they looked at the market. And what the market told them is that there are 1,400 units just to the north of this property that are coming in that are going to be the users for this climate-controlled facility. Many of those units are going to be apartments and townhomes. And Commissioner Bays, what you mentioned during the first hearing was something that kind of resonated with me, which is missing middle housing, which is something that is a buzzword in planning and development all throughout Florida. You won't find a municipality or local government that isn't looking for missing middle housing. We're not proposing housing, but what we're proposing is a service and a use type that this type of use, this type of self-storage is really not in Citrus County right now. It's a higher end type of self-storage use, and it's meant to support, you know, that missing middle, the townhomes and the apartments that don't have as much storage as the folks in Black Diamond do. This is going to directly support those folks. I can tell you anecdotally, and take that for what you will, I have a storage building. I don't tell some of my closest friends that, so I'm telling you that today, but it's really close to my house. I use it all the time, and its utility to me is principally because it is so close to my smaller house. And that's exactly what this use is intended for. The lot itself, because of the design, it's smaller. Another use, because we've heard discussion with some of you and with some other folks that, you know, what about an alternative use? There's only so many uses that would be appropriate here. This is certainly the one that seems most appropriate. Since we received the feedback in June, and we kind of went to the drawing board and looked at all options, they have marketed this pretty aggressively to other tenants and have not found any viable tenants that have gone for this lot for a couple of reasons. One is the size and the development constraints there. The other is the visibility from the right-of-way. It is inset more to the property and less appealing, to those users than an out parcel would be. So, and we get all of that, supportive use from this self-storage for the soon-to-come residential, while also generating, and I think I mentioned this at the first hearing, the least amount of traffic for sort of a commercial non-residential use. It generates a very, very low amount of traffic. So it's a high value use for this area. It's supportive of the housing diversity that's coming to Citrus County, and it generates very low traffic. So we think that this use is appropriate, and ultimately that's what you're here to answer today in this. That's your discretion today. Is this use appropriate on this parcel? We think that it absolutely is because of the market and what's to come in Citrus County. We think that what the team's done with the design hopefully addresses some of your compatibility concerns. As you know, we have our team here today. We have Will Anderson with the developer and our team with us if you have any more specific questions. But that's what I wanted to impress upon you today. So here to answer your questions. Thank you.
Board members, you have any questions at this time? Commissioner Finnegan.
Thank you. I'm trying to look on my computer, and for whatever reason, it will not get bigger. So Joanna, can you put up the slide, the first slide after the previous, like the first revised slide? And I'll tell you where I'm going, although I can't read it, not even with glasses on right now. It looks like you changed the color gray to color brown and tan. In the front, you have it appear that it's brown, but it actually says wasabi green on it. And you make it appear that it's glass, like it would look like something nice, but it actually says aluminum storefront display. So can you tell me why what I'm looking at is different than what I'm reading?
Yes, and I just had Will Anderson from the team come over and whisper in my ear that these are in fact the elevations from a prior presentation and not updated. So I think if I could have Will come up here and specify exactly what the discrepancy is and what we're proposing will be the actual appearance, because I know that some of what you're seeing as wasabi green has been changed. And so,
but with all due respect, we have to get that in writing, because I think
Absolutely.
Will's been up here in the past and has said some things are certain going to happen and then other things happen. So I would need to make sure with county staff what we actually have that we're approving.
we were on the same page there. Whatever we agree to will be in writing and make sure that we're bound by it. I have no issue with that.
Will Anderson with 2022 Lecanto Lecanto LLC, representing the applicant. Good evening. So first of all, I don't know if this is obviously the presentation's in the packet, but what we have done is what you see on what would be the west and east corners of the building. So where what's called out as the aluminum storefront display system with faux doors, color wasabi green, we've actually changed that to a more muted color away from that green color. So we've changed all the exterior colors away from that green color. And we can provide renderings, of course, which we have provided to staff. I just didn't think it made it to your report. Just to be clarifying on the green color, that was a tenant that was extra space storage, which is on the front of the building. That was just an example tenant for what it was. So we changed some colors around to better reflect some feedback we received from the community, to stay away from the brighter color on the facade of the building. So we are okay with changing colors. We actually have changed the colors, no problem at all. Specifically to your point about the aluminum storefront display, what that's calling out is these are extra architectural drawings. So that's calling out a impact resistant storefront that has a glazing glass on the exterior. So I can get into the details of that, but it's a specific product type that's impact resistant. So that's what you'll see on the front of all commercial buildings. It's aluminum on the outside of it. It has glass on the front. So just to give you an idea of what that is. Of course.
And just,
Go ahead.
just curious, you said a muted color, so a muted color of the green? Or,
No, ma'am, we actually changed the color from the green. I'm sorry, I didn't make it into your packet, but we can change any color at all. Color is not an issue at all.
well,
So
to be honest with you, I know I'll have to see what other board members say, but I know you said in the beginning, you felt like this would be assumed it was there, and I assumed when we voted to move it forward that it would not be a storage unit. And I know that you two are developing a lot of things, and I have no doubt in my mind that you will find just the right thing to go on that piece of property. That's not a storage unit. But thank you, I have faith.
Board members, any other questions from the applicant at this time?
I was trying to listen in the back. It is glass or not?
yes, yes, it is glass. Yes.
Where it appears to be glass, it is actually glass.
Yes.
I saw the same thing the commission saw with the wasabi green. It appears that the only real green is in the logo. Is there green in the glass too?
So what that is it's a storefront exterior. Again, I'm getting into architectural details, but it's a storefront exterior that behind it has the appearance of storage doors.
It's a faux front.
It's a faux front, exactly. Yeah. It's real glass. It is real impact resistant glass, and the door and the doors are not green any longer. We've changed that color.
All right, I think nobody has any questions at this time, so we're going to go on to staff.
All right, and rather than call up the same PowerPoint slides that you've already seen, I'm going to use the applicants. You've seen this twice, so just as a repeat, we're amending a PUD proposed to allow a mini warehouse. They're asking for a mini warehouse up to 84,000 square feet in size. It also is a 3-story. 3 stories are other jurisdictions. This would be our first 3-story mini warehouse if approved, so we don't have that. The PDC had some concerns about loadings of spaces, and you can see they have added that to address the Land Development Code standards for loading space. PDC also had quite a lot of concerns about parking spaces. You'll see 25 spaces on this site plan. However, 20 of them are actually proposed for the adjacent Texas Roadhouse restaurant and not for this use. So there are 5 spaces proposed for this use. That's nowhere near what the county Land Development Code requires. However, the Land Development Code does allow developers to propose a parking study to justify a reduced number. And recognizing that, you can see proposed condition 8, that says that loading zones and parking standards for mini warehouse use on Lot 9 shall meet LDC requirements. A parking study may be provided as outlined in the LDC, and a parking agreement must be provided at the time of permitting if parking is to be shared among out parcels. So recognizing that this is a concern, the Planning and Development Commission said, yeah, they got to meet LDC standards, but they have the ability to ask for relief through that parking study as any other developer would. I have nothing else to provide. You can see the proposed conditions. It would be 84,000 square feet of a mini warehouse on this site. As far as facade, the only condition is that LDC standards for facade are met. So there isn't anything about certain colors. We can certainly add that if you want to do so. But I think the applicants testified it's not quite what you're seeing either. So I had written down no wasabi green, but then I never heard of wasabi green until today. So it's up to you if you want to go into that detail. That's it. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Slaybaugh.
Joanne, you said that there were 5 spots for the storage, but what is in the LDC for how many spaces are required for storage?
Yeah, it's quite a bit. So the LDC actually requires 52 spaces because of the 84,000, because it's such a large mini warehouse. It's expected to have quite a lot of ability to hold people. So that is why 52 spaces are required. They're asking for 5. Now, granted, it's a 3-story, but
Interestingly enough, not a fan of storage units, which I've made very clear to everybody, but I have been to many storage units, and I've been to one of these big ones in Atlanta. I had to get one for my daughters recently, and they had very few parking spots because not everybody comes at the same time. So do I have a problem with storage units? Yes. Do I have a problem with the parking? No. So it's kind of contradictory. So, but is that, I mean, storage units in our LDC, has that been addressed for parking? Because 52 is a crazy amount of parking.
it is, and it's going to depend on the site. I mean, if there's 52 built, those tiny little ones that are 1-story or whatever, possibly. That's why we have that parking study provision in there. So case by case, they can present that and say,
Okay.
well, these guys, I don't think we need it.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yes. Commissioner Finnegan.
Joanna, could you say the number again, the actual parking they would have after you minus the parking for the restaurant across the way?
5 spaces.
5 spaces. Okay, thank you.
Joanna, refresh my memory. How many residential units are going in?
On this particular site?
Well, I
none.
know none on this site, but in
Right.
that complex.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry, I haven't added it up. Right now, we have no active permits for residential, but there are several hundred approved in the area just to the west of Target.
And then how many units inside this storage facility will there be? Do you know?
I believe rentable units are around 100 units. I'm not sure the exact number. I'm sorry. We can get that to you, of course.
No, that's fine.
But I do want to
yeah.
specify these parking spaces are shared. So there's 30 shared parking spaces. And per the Land Development Code, there is a calculation for parking for mini warehouse where it's a percentage of the office space. We do meet that requirement. Just want to specify.
Okay, thank you. Board members, there's any further comments, discussion? If not, looking for a motion. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's just Josh.
I don't think so. We have
Open to the public.
Good evening.
Hi
Sherry Lewis. Of all the things I didn't expect to hear was Black Diamond being compared to a mini storage warehouse. I find that they've done absolutely nothing to that plan except change the colors. They had talked about making it maybe 2 stories. They had talked about putting other ideas out there. To me, wasting 9 months from last June to show a brown building now and compare it to Black Diamond is insulting. I was led to believe once again that this whole Shops at Black Diamond was to attract many people to this area for shopping, food, and consumer needs. That's a quote from one of your guys' hearings. A 3-story brown storage facility is not what I was led to believe would be there. What about a UPS store? A nail salon, hair, breakfast, lunch, restaurants. There are so many other things. And if it's an in-parcel, if it's a business people want to go to, they will go. We talked about Chick-fil-A. They're going to go there even if they have to drive around the county to get there. So if you put something people want, they will go in parcel. A self-storage unit by definition will not hire many people. Reading up on this, and most of it can be done remotely. So the board continually talks about the need for more and better jobs. I don't see how there's going to be more and better at a self-storage facility. It's taking up a square footage that could attract better, higher paying jobs. The developer also talked about wanting people to walk or ride their bikes and golf carts to this new facility. Well, I don't think I'm gonna ride my golf cart with the junk that I should be downsizing and put it in a self-storage facility. I would oppose this 3-story brown eyesore that is not in line with the original plans of this development. Shops, restaurants, commercial business, and community needs and wants would be more in line with the original vision for this development. I hope you vote this as a no. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, please.
Madam Acting Chair. Josh Witten, President and CEO of the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce. And the previous speaker is correct. This does not produce but 1 or 2 jobs, but it pays a heck of a lot of property taxes with no, without requiring much at all in government services. But that's not why I'm here. Why the Governmental Affairs Committee of the Chamber of Commerce decided to get involved in this is because this particular developer has $30 million invested into this site. $30 million invested into this site. A site that we all knew since I was a young buck that was going to be where development like this was going to occur. We knew it for 25 years, 30 years, we've known that. So now it's occurring. All I ever heard about was, when are we going to get a target? When are we going to get a target? Well, this group has brought us a target. So they have one little piece of this development in the rear, not even facing the main road, in the rear, that they're asking, hey, the best use that we can figure out now is for this storage facility. And I was joking to somebody that I was going to describe it as an heirloom storage type facility so that Ruthie would understand. But so is there any way that I can request, and I've been told that I can, that you put up a picture of that storage facility so that the people at home, oh, I'm supposed to speak to the chair. Thank you for helping her out. But, excuse me?
No attitude.
Well, it goes both ways,
Please.
doesn't it?
Nope, it doesn't. Not in the
Okay.
chambers.
Anyway, may I have the picture up? It's up. So that the people at home seeing that?
I think so.
Okay, now they are. Are you kidding me? I sent y'all a picture of a mini warehouse or a warehouse facility. I don't know if y'all got it today. And this board has said, we're going to require higher standards. The speaker was actually right. Y'all did not require many warehouses to come before you or car washes to come from you. You've changed that policy, and I applaud you for that, because you're looking for higher standards, where they should go, what they should look like, and y'all are doing that. And I'm so happy that you're doing that. Many of us are happy that you're doing that. But my goodness, is the picture already gone? Was that just, do I have to
Is there another?
pay for the time?
It's up here.
Okay. I want the people at home to see this is what y'all have gotten out of this developer. You know, we can quibble about green doors or whatever. I mean, basically it's going to be earth tones, but it is a needed thing. The people that are going to live in the interconnected community, of which is already approved for hundreds of houses, which you've heard, they don't even have to go out onto the highway to access the storage facility. So I would say, you know, you hear no more mini storages, no more car washes. And I'm probably one of those guys that says that, like, how much is too much? But if you're going to get one, that's the one you want. And you were the guys that raised the standards. And I think that he's complied with that. I would think that's a small hospital or a bank building or something at first glance. So we appreciate that y'all are holding people to higher standards. And if this is the new warehouse that y'all are requiring, then I'm a happy camper, and so is our Governmental Affairs Committee. Because, and not only that, But to nitpick here at the very end, somebody that's brought this type of investment to our community, and yeah, he's out of town, but he's not very far out of town. They've got a very good reputation for doing development. So I hope that you'll pass this. And I just want to say the chamber has your backs for those who will say, oh, another storage facility. This is the standard that we want to see Citrus County grow in. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Shanine Moss, and I'm at 2893 North Osprey Cove Point. This is the 4th time I have spoken in regards to this issue. I have been to every meeting and the planning development meeting. What I want to say to you is what you already know, and that is that as the county grows commercially, marketing changes. There is no reason why marketing cannot change to get a better fit product at this location. I am not anti-storage. I have used storage buildings for years. I currently have been in a storage facility like the one pictured, moving my little sister in and out of her university in Nashville. And I will tell you about parking from a firsthand experience. When it's not a busy time, no, the parking spaces are empty. But let it be the time of the year where you have to move university students in and out and you can't find one, much less have to deal with 5 or split one with a restaurant across the street, something like that. So every time I come up here, I run out of time. So now I'm going to talk very, very quick. It's a utility. The developer said it was a utility. Is that what you envisioned for this property? A utility? Really? And I'm going to say this as well. You know, what really happened to the idea of that being developed for families and for people who can just ride around in their golf carts? I assure you, I will not be riding in my golf cart to a storage unit for family fun or to buy anything. There are numerous storage buildings in our county and they are designated places for them. Let them strengthen their foundations and build them up if they want to, or even pass it. I even passed a new one under construction on the way here tonight. There's no reason why they can't build where they're officially zoned to be built. No, none whatsoever. Matching Black Diamond is ridiculous. Amber Ridge is going in between this building and Black Diamond. What is Amber Ridge going to look like? That's the building it's going to be next to. That's the community. What are the colors of Amber Ridge? So basically, I don't think that I have ever one time finished and had enough time to actually say thank you. I usually run out of time, so I cut it very short today to say thank you very much for your time tonight and all the other times that I have come before you. Could you please nip this one in the bud? Because I don't really want to come back. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Would anyone else like to speak? Going once, going twice, closing open to the public. Board members.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm honestly a little confused. The chamber is involved and we're talking about something that looks great, but we were all passed out information last year. At some point, it all arrived on our desks of a different developer, not in Black Diamond, way nicer storage unit, plenty of parking. You drive through it, lots of glass, and many of these commissioners, you all did not want that. It was, we can't have it, we can't have it, we can't have it. Now I almost see the way this is going, and I don't understand. That was not at Black Diamond and way nicer than what we're seeing here. This isn't the location. 2 of us said that before, and I am going to stick with it. I think that these are professional developers and we can get something. I am not against storage units or car washes. I just think that there's the right places for them. I think there could be a storage unit somewhere else, and we've been proposed with much, much nicer storage units. So for that reason, I am making a motion to deny PUD-2023-00003 2022 Lecanto Lecanto LLC.
We have a motion on the floor.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, but I think we forgot rebuttal if the applicant had any rebuttal.
Okay.
I don't know whether they do or not, but
Just want to clarify that the intention is not to do any green on the doors, on the visible doors and the glass. And if that needs to be reduced to a condition, we can make that happen. That's all.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. If there is not a second, it is going to die. Motion fails. Board members, do we have anyone
Madam
else?
Chair, before somebody else makes a motion, I think that we need to start putting some things in writing. I think that on that picture, there needs to be glass, and it needs to be real glass on the front, hurricane-proof glass, and we need to decide what color that's going to be, not a watered-down version of wasabi green. Last-ditch effort to try to make this not be a 3-story eyesore outside of Black Diamond. And 3 stories, remember, that's a lot of stories for the area. Again, that we don't have 3 stories. You know, we had all, I thought, said if this was not 3 stories, maybe. But like I said, I don't know what's going on here anymore. It seems like certain developers get a free pass and other ones don't. And I'm upset by that because I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on. But I think that if you all want to pass this, please agree with me to work on some things that are going to go in writing to try to prevent this from being something that these people don't want.
Well, I'm going to address your comments about some developers get a pass and some don't. With respect to at least me as a commissioner sitting here, I can tell you that it's not my first pick, but considering that there's the whole development, if I'd have been on the board, I would have asked for a lot of different things. That train has gone down the track. It's over with. But what we're faced with here today, and when I look at this entire application of what's going in there, and when I think about the number of homes, and I think about young families, people that are going to be living there, would I rather them have a place that they can go within the compound and take all of their stuff that could potentially junk up the outside? And I know that's probably an ugly word, but would I rather them have that right there within the subdivision, if you will? It's not my favorite thing. I don't necessarily like it. I was totally opposed when it came in with what I call battleship gray and bright green. I was the one that asked for this kind of toned down scale of more earth tones to make it look like Black Diamond, you know, the rock walls and, you know, even to the wrought iron or the black iron fence. Shame on us. You know, it needs to be in our LDC. If that's the standard we want, we need to have it in our LDC. And that would be something that I would ask this board that we need to continue to up our game. I think we've come a long way in upping our game, but I think there's a few more tweaks that need to go in place to continue what we're doing. I have some concerns with developments that are coming in that, you know, with plats and PUDs and how they're getting approved and not approved, and I'm very concerned about some of that. So I do think we need to continue the work with our LDC and our comp plan. But I don't feel like, for me, this isn't something that I'm doing for them that I wouldn't do for somebody else. But I think that they've come back with something that I can support. It's not something, I don't like it, but it is what it is. Commissioner Schleba?
I'm not sure what Commissioner Finnegan is referring to because didn't have another storage unit that came before me that I had a problem with, so I have a problem with all storage units. I've spent a tremendous amount of time trying to find other options, but that's also not my place as a commissioner to tell them, hey, I want to blaze pizza there. I want to blaze pizza there, but I have no authority to make them do that. You know, that's the conundrum. We have to follow the comp plan and the LDC, and so I don't know what the reference was for the other storage unit, but this storage unit, these developers have done what you have asked, I have asked. I feel exactly what you just said, Commissioner Bays. Do I like it? No. But we'll see. Thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
I feel the same way. I'm not happy about it, but I feel kind of beat down that that's going to be the only thing that you guys can get there. But one question that I have is the landscaping softens that quite a bit. The trees and whatnot, is that part of the conditions? No.
The land development code requires foundation landscaping anyway. It's 50% of the facade, so they're about there on what you're seeing.
So there is a requirement for 50%?
There's a requirement already in the code. There's no
Okay,
relief
good.
from that.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Finnegan?
I just want to point out, 3 of you have now said, I don't like it, but there's nothing we can do. Absolutely, there's things we could do. 1, you could deny it, which you all don't want to. But 2, it doesn't have, you said they've done what we asked. They didn't. I don't think anybody wanted 3 stories, so you're going to have a 1-story Texas Roadhouse that you're looking at from the road, and then you're going to see a 3-story storage unit behind that. So to say, oh, I don't like it, but there's nothing we can do. There's absolutely things that you could do. You have a lot of things that you could do. You could come back with more requirements. We could have it not 3 stories. We could have it not at all. Of course, there's things that's why they're here. For the Board of County Commissioners, there's things we could do. I just need to clarify that, I guess.
I'll go ahead and chime in, Madam Chair. The first time this came before us, I was adamantly opposed to it and tried to kill it at that point, and it didn't go that way. There are 3 of my colleagues up here, asked them to go back and make some changes, talked about changing the looks of it and so forth. And it looks to me like they've done that. They've done what you've asked, but I'm not hearing a whole lot of support down at that end of the dais. So I'm waiting to hear who's excited about it, who's going to support it, who's going to make a motion, who's going to second it, who's on board with this project. I have got a much greater understanding at this point of these second layer or inside lots and the difficulty that they propose. So I suppose I would say that I'm a little bit more open to the idea of it, but I don't like these things. I don't like them on our main roads. I don't like them on our main intersections, the primary development corners, things like that. But I think he's done what y'all asked him to do. Quite frankly, I wish y'all hadn't put us in this position or them in this position after the first time.
to use the system, but it doesn't seem to be working. I just ask you to please bear in mind that you have to base your decision on the evidence and testimony that's presented to you tonight, not what you may or may not have known from outside of the hearing. And also, I've heard a couple of you talk about access, and I just want you to know that you're only getting what's in words on the pages. So if you're expecting some kind of access from some other development outside of this plan to provide your reasoning, I don't know where the cross-access is going to come in or out, but you might want to make sure that if you're expecting there to be access from these outside developments that you've referred to, that it's actually going to happen. And I would encourage you to get things in writing, because what I've heard from you on other situations is that you're not happy that the things that are happening are not what the words represent. So just pointing, putting that out there. Make sure the words match. Like Josh has told you that this picture is beautiful and et cetera, but I think staff has told you that they just have to meet standards, which may or may not be what's on those pictures.
Well, any developer has to meet the standards of our comp plan and LDC.
Right, but it doesn't, colors, there's nothing about colors.
And that's why I didn't even talk about colors, because that's telling a developer what to do in a development. Is if it's not in the LDC that needs to be beige. I think that they've gone above and beyond by saying they will do that, but if it's not in the LDC that says mini storage, it has to be a certain color scheme or architectural committee, which we do not have, we're not there to even have that conversation. That's why I didn't talk about it. Am I excited about this? No. Have I done a lot of research and think that, yes, that we have to, is it meeting the guidelines that we have set forth? Yes. I think that if there is any place in my district that a storage unit could go to be utilized, it is exactly there. Do I like it? No. But, where else are we gonna ask developers to come and invest 30 million? I don't even know how much, but then make it so difficult on them. This is a tough one.
Madam Chair. To Madam Attorney's point, if we do what Commissioner Schleba says and they just have to follow the LDC, I think Madam Attorney is making the point of it's not just color, no glass, no anything. It does not have to be a beautiful building if it's just meeting the LDC. That's why I encouraged you, if you all are moving ahead with this, you might want to make some of those recommendations. I don't think people will be very happy if you just say, let it meet LDC and say, we don't like it. I'm trying to help you here. And Madam Attorney's trying to help. I don't know how else to say it.
Board members. Tick tock.
My medicine is now making me really ill on my bone.
Madam Chair, what would the board like to see?
Whole Foods.
Yeah, Blaze Pizza, yes. Joanne, could you read to me what the requirements are for this mini storage unit right now? And if it requires the storefront display, a storefront display to me is glass, it's not plexiglass. So, I don't know exactly what this board is asking for in writing.
Yeah.
First of all, this is a PUD, so we can ask for whatever we want.
Absolutely, that was gonna be my
Okay,
point.
okay.
That mini warehouses are special permission and commercial, which is what this is asking for. So y'all can do any design standards you think are appropriate. So it's up to you.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Just to make it easier so that you're not trying to invent the elevation with words, we would agree to sort of be bound by development consistent with the elevation shown to you today, with the additional condition that there will be no visible green doors on any of the elevation facades. Because again, we did submit one, a month ago that had that removed. So if that is as easy a condition as we could make to ensure you that what you're seeing today is what you will get, plus the removal of that sort of green visible doors, I think that could be a quick way to make that condition happen.
Is this rendition, is this more or less what it's going to look like with the exception of colors? Is that what we're?
I think the three-dimensional image probably gives you a better idea if staff wants to go to that. That's more or less what it will look like.
More or less is a slippery slope.
It's about as good as we can get at this stage with renderings, but it will be held to that color scheme, that design. And again, where those windows are with the sort of faux facade, those will not be green doors.
Yeah.
But if you'd like to see any other changes to coloring, again, Will Anderson confirmed that we have authority to work with you on that if you'd like to see something else.
Okay. Did you have something, Commissioner
The
Davis?
different contours of the building and the two colors and all of that adds a lot of dimension. Every single architectural detail, Mr. Wooten was correct, that's an elevated building. If you dumb that down, that's not gonna be more or less.
I see your point.
Yeah.
So you want the sort of architectural, like the differences to remain intact as you see them here. Okay, understood. And that I think that would be perfectly consistent with saying that we are held by, bound by this as a binding concept.
Just don't make me drive by that thing in the future and
No, ma'am.
hate it.
No, ma'am.
She said it is very difficult to sit up here.
Commissioner Davis, he offered development consistent with, and we can put in this particular rendering in the ordinance.
Thank you.
Now, granted, we can't do a color ordinance, but we can specify no visible green doors, I think is the wording you suggested.
Well, the wasabi green limited to the logo basically on the exterior. More or less.
I don't know about wasabi, because green is green and it'll be slightly different and then we're messed up, but I get you.
Madam Chairman. Yes, ma'am. That's what I was trying to get at, and I'm sorry, for the first time in my life, I'm actually cold, so I sympathize with all y'all that are always cold, but that's what I was getting at. We don't have a color ordinance or, so I can say, hey, if I would make a motion to approve this without excitement, if it was to this rendering, you're saying that
I'm sorry, that's what the applicant has proposed, is development consistent with, he's using this one, but I think this elevation is somewhat similar to it, but we can put both of them in an ordinance consistent with this without visible green doors. I definitely don't want to take out the word green because I want green plants in front of it, but I get the visible green door concern.
And if it would give the board comfort, we could put in a list of colors that are not outlined in code, such as earth tones. I've seen that happen in other ordinances. We'd be fine with that. As a general matter, anything that you see when you are in reliance on making a decision, you can always go back and say, well, this might not have got reduced to the actual ordinance, but you misled me by, saying this or that. So take what I'm saying today as affirmation that this is the intention and we intend to develop consistent with that, even if the ordinance is black and white and doesn't show the coloring here. And we're willing to do whatever needs to be done to give you comfort of that.
Listen, I feel like I'm responsible for leading you down this rabbit hole, so let me give my apologies. The
Amen.
issue is, we are the nature coast, and what you guys put up there was hideous. It looked like it should have been in Miami the first time. My point is, whatever you're gonna, I mean, I want this development to have some consistency. I don't want one look one place and one look something else, and I mean, it just look like a hodgepodge of stuff sitting out there. I mean, if what we're gonna do, it should have some architectural similarities so that we look like we have a consistent theme. Told you before, I love when you go to Cashiers, North Carolina. I mean, I want to see I like landscaping to hide everything so you don't even know there's a development back there. That's my cup of tea. That's what I would like to see. You don't have to have big giant signs because you're not driving down the interstate. If people want to find a business, they're going to find them. I don't think you need signs that are, 50 foot in the air, and you don't need signs on every corner. And I think if you can bring the trees back in, people are just really upset about all the clear cutting that's going on in this county. I mean, we're seeing it with road development, we're seeing it with construction development. So the more that you can appease the residents with some aesthetics, that I think that'll go a long way. I'm not trying to split hairs with you. I mean, I don't, the green or whatever, but the intent was not a battleship modern gray with blazing green on the side of it. All right, I know I'm not gonna be, yes.
We all know I'm not voting for this, but it seems like you all want this. So you have the architectural design, which is good. I don't know if you all want to put, I don't hear the word glass, so that it doesn't say glass up there. That could be something else. So structure materials you may want to think about, and I do want to remind you, when you said that they came back and gave you what you want, felt like I heard from you all that you did not want 3 stories. So, but I would say something about the word glass.
I think when they say that aluminum, I think that says
Display.
over front display, I think it's like a faux, like it's made to look like windows, it's glass, and then they put the storage unit doors on the inside, so it's made to look like that. I don't think they can get away. I think that's what that whole intent is.
And it is, but if you'd like to include that description, like aluminum faux display with glass paneling, that's perfectly fine as well, because that's the intention.
And just to point out, the Land Development Code won't allow exposed aluminum, so they are going to have to cover that up with something. They can't have exposed metal or exposed aluminum on the facades, so that's going to have to look a little different. It could be aluminum underneath, but not visible.
Madam Chairman.
Madam,
Commissioner Slaybaugh.
oh, I'm sorry. I just have to respectfully disagree with counsel when he says that you can rely on anything that's discussed or pictures and things like that. I urge you to please have the words the way you want them, because I've heard from several of you how disappointed you were when the words didn't match what you thought in the past. And you've also told me to be more engaged, so I'm being engaged. I'm sure I'm going to get told to stop being engaged here in a second, but I just urge you to please get the words the way you want them.
I happen to totally agree with you on that point. I didn't mean to say that you should not get them reduced to how you want them. So I'm on the same page with your county attorney in that regard.
And is it true that, going back to Commissioner's comments, it looks to me like there's a fence?
Like a wrought iron?
Is there are there
wrought iron
fences
fence?
around the back of this? Because one of your comments was you wanted interconnectivity. If there's a fence, that they're not going to be able to interconnect. So you might want to make sure we know where exactly the fences are and are not. I don't know. It's just in green here. It says 15, what's one flicky? Foot type D fence. That's on Page 958 of 973. And that may be old.
958.
Page 958 of 973.
I believe it calls out a 6-foot white vinyl fence on the rear property line as approved through our initial PUD.
On your photos, you got the black barn iron.
I didn't see that.
We wouldn't be going with land development code if we propose a wrought iron fence.
But you're gonna cover it up with shrubs anyway.
Landscaping, yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
why that's up there, because I cannot make mine bigger on here. Since there's only 5 parking spaces and you said the PDC addressed the issues with loading and unloading. So if somebody's loading or unloading and they can't park anywhere, so they have to stay by the building, can people get around into these 5 parking spots, or can the other parking spots that they're parking at for the restaurant, is that?
It's a 24-foot drive aisle. There's a loading space approximately where the doors are to lead into the space, because as you can imagine, a majority of them are in interior spaces for climate-controlled storage. So these are loading spaces for customers to come up, pull into the loading space, and then this is a 24-foot drive aisle. So you have space on the other side of that car for other cars to pull around.
So the loading space is not in the drive aisle that you are referring to?
Yes, it is. 24-foot wide drive aisle with 1 loading space. It's per land development code.
Joanna looks perplexed. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I think what she's asking is the loading space part of the 24 feet so that you can't pass. And I don't think that's what you're trying to say. You have the 10 by 20 space.
So you have a 24-foot drive aisle with the 10 by 20-foot loading zone in the 24-foot drive aisle. So you have approximately 14 feet to pass around the loading space.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to try this, but, so I would like to make a motion to approve this application PUD 2-23-02, consistent with the elevation in earth tones, covered aluminum storefront display, faux glass, doors, also in earth tones. And then the fence around this storage unit hidden with shrubs. Am I forgetting anything? Joanna?
I don't think so. Already condition 4, which is not actually part of this application, it was prior, talks about the fence, a 15-foot type D buffer with a vinyl fence at least 6 feet in height. So they already have the buffer built in.
So with the 16 conditions based on competent and substantial evidence and testimony that we have heard today. My motion.
Second. That looks like the cat that just drug in the mouse. You're back. So we have a motion on the floor in a second. We have any further discussion?
Chair, before we vote on that, can I please get clarification of the PUD number?
I said PUD-23-0. Oh, I'm so.
2023.
Okay.
Right, there's 2 numbers, it's both.
Okay, I make a motion to approve application PUD-2023-00003. 00003. 2022 Lecanto Lecanto.
Thank you, ma'am.
And you second that?
I did second that. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, when we approved, I believe it was the second phase of this project, or the next phase of this project, there was discussion about that fence in back. And it seems I remember there being some discussion about they could modify that vinyl fence, that white vinyl fence, to some type of an aluminum fence. And I believe the word was that they could go to staff and do a minor modification of the first phase to make sure, as you had requested, a nicer fence across both phases of this. And I don't know if they've done that.
Yeah, the condition is for a vinyl fence, so that wouldn't be a minor mod to change it. If it says vinyl fence, it has to be vinyl. They couldn't change that as a minor modification. They have to come back before you because it's a spelled out condition.
Oh. Yeah, I thought we had that discussion and it was brought up that it would be a minor modification of it.
We can put that in, but it's not in there right now. Actually, no, because I didn't advertise this for fences.
Board members, any other comments? Call the vote. All in favor say aye. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Because this is a long motion, would you like it read back to you?
Please.
Motion to approve application PUD-2023-00003 2022 Lecanto Lecanto, consistent with the elevation and earth tones, glass with earth tone doors on the faux display front, and shrubbery around the fence, along with the 12 conditions based on the competent and substantial evidence as well as the testimony heard today.
And I would add that at the end of condition 6, exactly what she just read, the new information about the facade. That would be a tail end of that one.
With the addition, I said these 16 conditions.
There's 16 conditions or 12, ma'am?
12 conditions. What did I say?
You said 16, which is correct. That's what I'm saying. It wouldn't be an extra condition. We'd add it to the tail end of condition 6.
Got that, Ashlyn?
Yes, I'm correcting the motion.
And does that include attaching a copy of the elevation?
Yes, ma'am. Do you want mine that I wrote on?
We'll get a clean copy,
Joanna
but I
will do
want to
that.
get we'll get a clean copy, but I want to get the packet page number. It's packet page 916, which is this one.
So, please forgive me, what are we attaching to the end of condition 6? Is that the shrubbery specifically?
I think staff is going to, in the ordinance, your motion, as you have it, is correct. What staff is saying is when they prepare the ordinance, they're going to add the verbiage from the motion onto condition 6. But we do need to make sure the motion includes that they're going to attach the rendering that's found on page 916.
Yes, ma'am. So we are correcting the motion to 16 conditions, and they will be attaching the elevation on the packet on 916.
Packet page 916, yes,
This
ma'am.
one? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, you have everything you need now?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. You're so darn cute. Call the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Are you gonna join the meeting?
Well, I guess we are adjourned.